Yeah, it's new, man. It's all new. That's all I have to say. Weather looks looks pretty good. Patchy fog, mainly cloudy with sunny breaks at times. A sprinkle is possible, but a high of 60. Tonight, probably cloudy fog forming toward Friday morning, a low of 44 on Friday. Areas of fog, partial sunshine, 65 tomorrow, 57 Saturday, and 58 on Sunday. Looks really, really nice. Today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Well, yeah, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. What?
I'm sorry, Brittany. Brittany wasn't giving me enough of a reaction to me wearing her headphones, which aren't even that way, so I can't hear anything you're saying, Brittany.
How did you notice that?
So the headphones, and the look on her face was.
I was like, why are they giggling? I'm just sitting here listening to you do the weather, and all of a sudden I realize sabotage.
Yeah, they're very comfortable.
I know they are. Actually, you should try them. You should plug them in. They're really comfy.
No, forget it. What if he gets like earwax and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, he did have them on.
I've never, ever been on a show where people are so distracted in my entire life.
That was Tevin's fault. I was listening.
His timing was horrendous.
Thank you.
Distraction. That's all I'm saying. Nothing but distraction. It's you suffer from youth. That's the problem.
Well, I really wanted to know the weather, and now I'll never know.
No, I'll do it again because
I'm just kidding.
Because that pill ruined it.
I mean,
no, today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday look really nice with highs between 65 and 57. Really, really nice weather. It's partly cloudy and 48 right now. So lots of stuff to talk about this morning. I do think we must have picked up a lot of listeners because we've been talking about this now for, about 3 weeks. Maybe it's time for everybody to back the F off and try to get along. I think that's what we're seeing with this House election. Although the Star Tribune just had to take that political shot at it. I don't know why they just can't let it go. It says the House Speaker's race hits an impasse as defeated GOP Representative Jim Jordan wants to try again. Well, it looks as though they don't want him in there. And then you got Republican Pete Stauber, again, Republican, votes against Republican Speaker nominee Jim Jordan. So they must have been listening to the Tom Barnard Morning Show because we've been telling them to do that now for about 3 weeks?
Yeah, you're welcome. We should be on a payroll.
We should be on a payroll. You have to work together. This is not your life and your success. You are there to work for the people. So get your head out of your ass, both of you, the Republicans and the Democrats, start moving to the middle so we can all teach the youth of America that we're not a bunch of flaming assholes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what we look like to like 10 and 12-year-olds? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, like we look like we have no idea what we're doing and just essentially winging it with our heads up our asses.
So again, we predicted there'd be some tough times. Didn't predict a war breaking out, but tough times in the Middle East as soon as. And if anybody believes that they actually didn't cash that $6 billion, it's still being held. No, it's not. Lying sack.
That shit was spent the second it cleared the bank account.
Exactly. Like, give me a break. But yeah, we predicted that there was going to be turbulence in the Middle East. We also predict that this is not going to work unless we move toward the middle. We need to be at the middle. We don't need to be far right or far left. We don't need that bullshit anymore. It's not about you. It's about the people of America. So why don't we work together to be a much better place? I know it happens all the time. I was talking to Doug Sprinthal last night about this, and he said, Tom, don't forget the 1960s. And I said, yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. And that was really bad because not only was there a lot of turmoil in the streets and buildings being burned down and people protesting, but what did they kill? Like 4 or 5 national figures, shot them to death that year, or less, those couple of years, I should say. But I really, for the first time in a long time, I read the headlines this morning and I feel kind of good about it. Do you think maybe they finally do realize, hey, we're here to serve the people. So why don't we serve the people by moving toward one another instead of further away from one another?
Yeah.
And I mean that by Republicans and Democrats. It's Jesus. It's such a simple answer. Representative Pete Stauber breaks from GOP, votes against Republican Speaker nominee Jim Jordan, as I just said. I think it's great. If he's too severe, then you got to go away. We got to find somebody pretty even keel that can work with other people. Giving money. Seriously, this all started several thousand years ago, I guess. But I would like to ask these protesters on both sides, Okay, so I'm going to ask you, all you people over at the NYU, over at was it the University of Minnesota that had the protests, or where are the protests here? Because there were protests.
I know there were protesters, I believe, on the Capitol.
The Capitol, that's
for
where
a ceasefire.
Right. Good. Ceasefire is good.
But yeah, but that's the primary area where I've heard there's protesting going on.
And that's good protesting. It's like, let's get a ceasefire going here.
Right, because I feel like you need a ceasefire to kind of sort out what the hell is exactly going on. Because it's a lot of, I mean, it's not great on either side of the arguments. And so it's like, let's just get everybody to calm down for 5 minutes. Let's see if we can hash this out and start to move forward.
I mean, didn't these people grow up with anybody saying, hey, that's probably not a real good idea? I just really wish that people, we got to destroy Israel. No, we got to destroy, we got to destroy Palestine. You have no idea what the hell. I would like to sit down and ask them, okay, there are 5 major points on both of those sides. Mm-hmm. What are they? I guarantee you they wouldn't know.
No, and because everybody reacts or needs to react right away. That's how everybody feels. So when Hamas first attacked, it was, Hamas and Palestine are terrible, poor Israel. And then more information started coming out about, the living conditions that were in the Gaza Strip. And then people were like, maybe, so it's like once you get the full story or get some facts, like then you can make an opinion. Like, I don't understand why. Yeah. I don't understand why people are so quick to just jump one side or the other.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I'll tell you why. The protesters, about 98% of those guys are trying to get laid.
They're definitely.
Am I lying?
There definitely are those during the George Floyd protests, like just being in the crowd, like you could see like who was there protesting because they were like, I believe in this, and then there were other people that were like, I'm just here to get my selfie at the front of the line, I think that girl over there is very cute, and so I'm gonna walk next to her.
There you go.
Yep.
It's always about that singular person now. More me now. It's all about me and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I would love to just line up. And I don't want to bring him in studio because we don't have a metal detector. So you know what I'm saying. But I shouldn't have said that. We're getting a metal detector put in today.
Yes.
But I would like to ask them, you tell me the top 5 things on both sides. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
And it would probably end in an argument because once they realize like, I have to actually like back up my position with facts and thoughts and ideas that have been verified and not just seen on TikTok. Well, now that might be a problem.
There was a guy this morning on, I think it was on CNN. And by the way, these national news anchors are the worst they've ever been. You can tell by the way they're saying it. They've been told what to say. And here's what I think. If we do enter into this a day longer, it's like you're reading that off a teleprompter, you puke. So we need to look, this is not all about this whole thing is about money. It's all about money. So maybe you should get off your ass and go make your own money and live your life and be happy. Like I said, I'm a very happy guy. I'm around a bunch of really good people, not you guys, but really good people the rest of the day.
Obviously.
But I do like the fact that people like Pete Stauber stepping up and going, you know what? Jim Jordan's too extreme for him. Good. We don't need that extreme BS. But let's jump on the other side. They won't admit they're too extreme, but they're going to have to sooner or later because they're very extreme as well. Yeah. So all of you shut up and serve the people or we're coming down there.
Yeah. Yeah, we have afternoons open.
We do. We'll go over the afternoon. We'll be hanging out.
And I'll bring a crying baby, so
I'll go to White Castle out on Central Avenue on the way over and pick up some chow. It'll be phenomenal.
Honestly, we should do this just for fun. Like throw it on a blanket, hang out, all of us.
We'll make it a bit.
And just have it completely wrong. Why are you here, sir? They need to free Colombia. All right, pal. You're in the wrong continent, actually. Because I know most people don't have a clue. I am encouraged by seeing that what Pete Stauber did, what the House needs to understand, because this guy's not going to win. I don't know a lot about people like Jim Jordan or what was the last guy, Eugene McCarthy? What was his name?
Kevin
McCarthy. Yeah, Eugene was the other guy. Met about when I was a kid.
Okay.
He was a United States senator, I think. Maybe he's a representative. I don't remember.
Okay.
But in any case, the biggest mistake, of course, was giving the $6 billion to Iran. That was a stupid, horrible mistake. And it should never have been allowed because that money's now being used against, people. People are being killed because of that. I just calm down. Just do your job. Everybody do your job. Calm down. Everything will be good. I tried to watch Goosebumps last night, but it's too young for me. Can't do it. It's little kids pissing and moaning about ghosts and stuff. I'm like, oh, God.
Grow up. It's just a ghost.
Exactly. It's only a ghost. Who cares? I think, so 2 things. I think we do understand that we need to come together. This being far, far apart is not going to work. And I do agree. Well, the one thing I do agree with both the Democrats and the Republicans, you should never allow a sports reporter to be in the government. Oh, wait a minute. Judd's here. I didn't see it.
No, you're right. No, I would agree with you completely, though. See, that's the thing is I'd be like, yeah, damn right you shouldn't.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding me?
You're the House.
Yeah, no, my God.
Yeah.
Politics are not for me, guys. Politics are not for me. Never have been. I much prefer sports. Sports don't cause hate. Politics cause hate. Sports cause passion.
You mean like fist fights in the stands? That kind of passion?
God. Well, that's yeah. Well, imagine if you allowed people to go watch like Congress and sold beer and hard alcohol and got them all liquored up. Do you know the fights that you would have in the quote unquote stands there?
You are correct.
It'd be worse than a soccer game.
Oh my God, it would be. Yeah, riot would not begin to describe it, would it? Can you? And for this bill, get your beer here. Get your beer. Hot dogs and beer. Although one of the disappointing things post-pandemic about the Twins, and I think this is not uncommon. One of the most disappointing things is they stopped, and Tom saw this when he went to the playoff game. They've stopped selling beer and like peanuts and hot dogs with vendors in the stands.
Yeah, I did notice that. There wasn't anybody walking around yelling, get your popcorn or anything like that. Nobody's passing 6 hot dogs down to the family in the middle of the row. Yeah.
You guys just gave me a wonderful memory. 1977, I think, was the first year I had season tickets for the Twins.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the game. There was a man who was about 90 years old, and he would walk around behind the plate. That whole section from... I suppose, I don't know how many feet it would be, but whatever's behind the cage, behind the plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he would wander that area and he would go, popcorn, fresh pop. Matter of fact, it's so fresh, I just made it myself.
Oh my God.
Exactly. He was just wonderful.
Oh, that's
and then
I love
Brockabrella was invented by what was Brock's first name again? Brock. What the hell was this guy? The Brock umbrella, the umbrella you put on your noggin. He's a baseball player that invented it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, a baseball player invented it. Not Brock Lesnar. I know that. That's
we got folks running to the Google right now, Tom. I can see Tevin and AJ working furiously.
I think they are.
It's a race.
But there was a legendary also beer sale.
This one says Ray Kroc.
Ray Kroc.
Ray Kroc is the McDonald's guy.
Lou Brock, sorry.
Yeah, Lou Brock. There you go. Lou Brock.
You're kidding.
Ray Kroc's
Ray
name
Kroc.
Well, that's what the first name in here when I typed in who invented it. You go, Ray Kroc didn't invent McDonald's, but revolutionized it. But Lou Brock did.
You know what we got to do?
What's that?
We got to call Lou Brock today and go, listen, we just want to call and tell you what a great job you're doing at McDonald's.
Love those cheeseburgers, my man.
Love your cheeseburger. Lou Brock.
That call, I got bad news. That's going to be a real long distance call.
It looks like he passed away September.
He's dead.
2020.
It's only a fefew years. He's probably still got some flesh on him.
I didn't know that, Tom.
Also,
Lou Brock, huh?
Yeah, Lou Brock invented the Brock umbrella. Yep.
And you can't say black people never did anything for you because that is a black man that invented that.
I never wore one. You still have done nothing for me.
Yeah, Tevin. How many times have you seen us rock a umbrella?
Rock umbrella. I like that.
I might have to get one and wear one on the show just to pay respects to a fallen brother.
I love it.
Yes, let's see that, Tevin.
I would love that.
I will. Yes, I will fully endorse it. I'd love to come on one day and AJ brings me up on the screen and you've got the Brockabell on. That'd be great.
That's hard to say, by the way. I'm rocking a Brockabrella.
It's very hard to say. Also, hands-free, though, so that's nice.
Hands-free.
Mhm.
Yep, that's very, very true. But yeah, I'd like, if somebody knows, if they could just email us or you want to call in or whatever, who was the legendary beer sales guy that always wore a Brockabrella? He was a black man in America today. Just a great guy, but I cannot. It was so long ago. I mean, it was literally 50 years ago.
Was it? Hey, Tom, was it by chance, and I don't know this, but I know that one of the most famous person that worked out there, I think selling beer, was a guy by the name of, I want to say it was Maceo Breedlove.
That's
I
him.
apologize. Who
You're
had played in
correct.
who had played in the Negro Leagues.
Yeah, he did.
How about that?
Well, they wouldn't change the name. That's why he quit. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Yeah.
Anyway, that went nowhere. Moving forward. No, it was. That's exactly who it was. Maceo Breedlove. Just a great guy. Did you ever get to meet Maceo?
I didn't. I've just read the stories about the fact that here was this guy that played, baseball, and he was at the end, he was, I think, selling beer at the Met.
Yeah, he was. Absolutely. And he would wear a Brockabrella every time he came out there.
Really?
Just a really, really nice man. We miss you, Maceo. Maceo can't still be with us. He was about 80 then, for Christ.
No, I'm sure he's
He's
not.
about 130 years old now.
I'm sure he's not. But the Twins don't have the Wally the Beer Man job is gone now. That's what
Yeah,
it
it is. I always liked him too. He's a good guy too. Wally the Beer Man.
Yeah, poor guy got pinched for selling to underagers, right?
Yeah.
A
Did he
couple of
really?
kids.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I think
article that I'm looking at right now says he was found not guilty, but his co-defendant was guilty,
Oh.
Huh.
Well, there you have it. What do you think of that, actually?
according to the Pioneer Press.
That was
Hashtag,
my entire childhood.
yeah, hashtag free Wally.
That's okay. Just talk right over there.
All
Nice way
right.
to pay attention. It's really unbelievable. Why don't you put on a Brockabrella and then look down at the desk? That'd be a good look right there.
Hypnotized.
What were you saying? What were you just saying just now?
I was like, hashtag free Wally. I'm fine with him accidentally selling to minors. I don't feel like
But he didn't do it.
I know. It's like, let's get him back in.
He'd be what?
Can you
about 90
imagine?
now?
Can you guys imagine though, like through the course of professional sports and especially baseball, if you are hawking beer, so you're literally carrying that tray of beer up and down the stairs, right?
Yep.
How many minors were sold to and how little we care about it?
Yeah.
Because can you imagine IDing, like it's a hot summer day and you're trying to sell as much beer as possible and you're supposed to ID every person?
No.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
And I know for a lot of like the hot dog vendors, maybe it's changed, but they have to like pay for those ahead of time out of pocket. And then
Oh, really?
like, yeah, this is what they do at Wrigley Field, or at least they used to do. So they would pay like $200 for like their tin of hot dogs. And if they don't sell all those hot dogs, they come out negative for the day. Like they buy them ahead of time from Wrigley Field, and then they're walking up and down selling them. So it's more like it's on you to make a profit for the day.
Oh, I always assumed that it was like the employee of the stadium, like, hey, you're getting paid whatever hourly. We're just going to load you up with some
Right.
hot dogs. Whatever you don't sell, you bring back, and we retry it again with the next round.
No, that's just Wrigley Field. I don't know if
Okay.
that's the same
Right.
for other places. And this,
Right.
that was on like a Undercover Boss like a decade ago, where the entire ownership family for the Cubs like was going underneath and like doing the
Mhm.
kind of nitty gritty jobs. And so that's how I learned about that, which was shocking to me.
Yeah. Could you imagine, like, it's the end of the game and you thought you could get off the last $200 worth of hot dogs, and now you're just stuck there? Like, well, I'm just going to eat 27 hot dogs now because I bought them.
What would you do with them? Just throw them away?
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
I don't know. I'd stand out on the street corner and try and sell them for
Yeah,
$5.
That's true.
I'm not.
I wouldn't take the job.
No.
Yeah, that too.
No, that's it.
Like if you're going to make me buy, like if I need, no, I just wouldn't take the job. I don't think the Twins had that. Like, I'm pretty sure that you just worked for the vending service, but that's incredible. Well,
Yeah, I
no,
would have
I'd
to
say
agree with that.
screw
I
it.
don't think they'd allow that in Minnesota. It's too hard to collect taxes if they do it that way. And that's all Minnesota gives a rat's ass about is collecting taxes. So
That's
you
actually probably true. Yeah, good
go.
point.
It is true. Absolutely.
Yep, that's
It's
true.
too hard to collect the taxes. So in any case, what's happening in the world? I know that Houston had a big lead when I went to bed last night.
They held on. We now have a series that actually looks like it could be competitive, thank God, since the Phillies are blowing the drawers off the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
The Astros won, And so that's 2-1 now. Texas, I hadn't even thought about this. Prior to last night, had been 7-0 in the playoffs. They hadn't lost a playoff game yet.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty amazing. 7-0. They were kicking everybody's ass, and they probably still win the series, I would think. But who knows? They could come storming back.
Yeah, it's interesting in that series in particular that we have not had a home team win yet. Because Houston lost the first 2 at home, and then Texas went home, probably thinking, we're going to go up 3-0. It's going to be great. Max Scherzer starting, and then they lost. So, yeah, as we talked about yesterday, I'd really like to see a competitive series from one of these, because so far, up until last night, it had just been, and especially in the National League, an ass kicking. So
yeah, it's absolutely true. So you got Philly and either Texas or Houston. That's still going to be a hell of a World Series, I would think.
Yes, although there's one problem I will always have. I've decided to my dying day, and it's this: I'm never going to get used to the Houston Astros as long as they've been now in the American League, being in the American League. I'm
Couldn't
always
agree
thinking
more.
to myself, and I don't know why. When Milwaukee moved, it didn't take me long to get my head around that one. But Houston, every time I think of them, I still think of them as a National League team.
Okay, we're going to a little quiz for the young folks on the show today, Judd.
Mm-hmm.
That's not their original name. What's the original Houston baseball team's name?
Are they the 45s, the Colt 45s?
Very good.
Way to go, AJ.
How did you know that?
Because I heard that once and I was like, I need a hat or I need something. That's
The Colt 45.
It's just an amazing name.
It
So,
is a great name. But
Joe Morgan came up as a Colt 45.
God, the Houston Colt 45. You named not only your team after a weapon, but a very distinct weapon.
Well, I would have thought they were named after the malt beverage.
Well, that too, yes. Exactly.
But it's perfect, right? Because it's Texas.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, like it, and they did not. Now, one thing is they did not change their name because of political correctness. They changed it because they moved to the Astrodome.
Yes, right.
And the Astrodome at that time, a dome stadium, was such a incredible thing to build. That they changed their name to the Astros based on that.
Yep.
Unlike one of the worst name changes, in my opinion, of all time, which was driven by political correctness, the Washington Bullets becoming the Washington Wizards.
The Wizards. Washington has some terrible names for their teams, don't they?
Yeah.
But
the Commanders, really?
Yeah, which might change again.
Oh, really?
Which might change again. Yes.
They don't like it?
Well,
no, everyone hates it.
It's a terrible name. Oh, they got new ownership?
Yeah, because I believe it's because of the new ownership. They're potentially going to find a new name.
Isn't it like Magic Johnson and a bunch of other people that now own the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Magic Johnson's a very minority owner in the team, but he's just the most notable name out of the group.
Who's that?
Josh Harris, who owns the Sixers and the Devils, bought him for $6 billion.
God, I offered him 5.9. Damn it, I just got beat up.
Not enough. You got to go 6.1. You got to go 6.1.
I called Joe Biden and said, "Can I have $6 billion just like Iran?"
Yeah, can you reroute that? Bahamas money.
What, the check number? Can you change that by a digit and reroute it to my bank account?
That wouldn't be all bad, would it?
No, it'd be fine.
Just whatever works. So, do you think that Houston is going to make a big run at it now?
They're the defending World Series champion, and they are a resilient team. So I would not be surprised.
Should be a good World Series then, I would think, no matter who wins it.
Yes, because I think the Diamondbacks have a chance in hell. They might win a game, but I don't think that they have a chance to come back. So the Phillies and Texas, or the Phillies and the Astros, would be fun.
What if it turns out this whole thing in Gaza is all based on the fact that somebody picked the Twins to go to the World Series, and that's why the fight broke out? What do you think?
It could be based solely around Minnesota sports.
Yeah, exactly. All of your sports.
I'm a Vikings fan. All those are fighting words.
Christ, what do you got? Like 5,000 dead. You got to try to find a little lightheartedness somehow, because it's way too tragic to focus on. No doubt about it. But God bless all you people. There are several people in Minnesota. There are several Jews in Minnesota who still have relatives over there.
Sure.
Their children, their grandchildren, their mothers, their fathers. It scares the piss out of you. I can't even believe how that would feel. I can't picture that.
Oh, it would be absolutely torture, right? It'd be awful.
Brittany, where's Gogo? Well, she's in Palestine right now.
Oh God, we have to stop with this.
We can't go any further.
On a nice pivot, we did get some insider information about the thing we were talking about from Jill. Do you want to hear it?
What thing we were talking about?
The way that they sell at Target Field.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Jill wrote, "Hi, I used to work at Target Field for the Twins, and it wasn't like that Wrigley Field did. So it wasn't like what Wrigley Field did."
Yeah, I didn't think it would be.
That's good news.
We worked hourly and for tips. Happy Friday. I love you guys, especially Brittany. She's the glue.
Don't add that bullshit at the end.
Also, I know she's lying because she said Happy Friday and it's only Thursday.
It's Thursday.
So,
yeah. So good. Nice run, sister.
Yep.
If you're gonna lie to us, at least know what day it is.
She wrote Happy Friday, so maybe she Jill's like me. She just doesn't know. That's why we get along. We both go, "Is it Friday?"
She had a couple mimosas this morning, and so that's why she thinks Brittany's doing a good job.
Thanks, Jill.
Exactly right.
She's optimistic.
That's what I think. Maybe
She's like, screw Thursday.
she's just getting ahead of it.
Just make it Friday. I totally get it, Jill.
Yep.
Totally get it.
Judd, before you go, I got to tell you the story. I'm driving in. I live kind of by 169 and 62, kind of that area there. So I drive 100 north to get to the studio here. There was a guy in front of me the whole trip whose left two tires were on the far right lane, and his right two tires had crossed the solid white line. So he was driving two tires on the road and two tires on the pullover the whole way here. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, that sounds to me like somebody who took Wednesday evening into Thursday morning.
Well, I think so. The guy had to have been hammered. He had to have been. You think?
That could be a guy that, let's say he drank till like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And then had to get up. And I think there's this assumption, well, I slept a little bit, so I can't still be drunk.
I
wonder if we had that. Like, there's no way that you could do it for that long without something being off.
No, you're absolutely right, because he didn't even waver. He was right down the middle of that white line, was right down the middle of his hood.
Well, you know what they say, Tom. Pick a lane. He picked a lane and just stuck to it.
He did indeed. All right, Palomino, we will talk to you next week.
Sounds good, everybody. See you. Have a great day.
Judd Zolgad, Score North. What more could you ask for? We'll be right back. Speaking of talent from Hubbard, Chris Egert is up right after this. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years. I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. They always have. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first, which we love, of course, at our house. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it and at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a new service call to get you going again is what I'm talking about. Go to saberheating.com. That is SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at tombernardshow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialki from Bialki Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialki Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkilaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
What do you think of that, action buster?
Right on the nose.
I went for my little stroll. I'm very happy about that. I get a 60-second walk in. What was that? There's a big noise. It just went.
I'm not sure.
It was a digital thing. No big deal. It's probably Brittany blowing up.
Probably.
Is that what it is? You all have helped support MyPillow. You've all helped support MyPillow and their employees, the most important part there. In these tough economic times, Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular stuff, most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news. The MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths, regular price of $79.98, and for a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. Go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. We are back, and we are with Chris Egert from Channel 5 Eyewitness News. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. So, Chrissy.
Yo.
What's happening?
Nothing. What's up with you?
I watched your 6:30 report this morning, which I liked. I don't like the fact that you segue to national news, though. You should refuse to do that and say, we're much better than they are, and just refuse to switch.
I don't know that we have a choice, but we do have local news on.
I said you do.
From 7 to 9 over on the sub-tier channel.
Hey, where the hell's Hanna been? I see her on TV that she doesn't say hello anymore.
Well, she's here. In fact.
Hanna,
there she is.
Hanna, are you married to an Italian guy?
No.
Oh, I thought that's for sure what it was. Hey, stop talking to that Barnard guy. I'm telling you.
You're going to end up with cement shoes there, Tommy.
My husband, he does go, and I don't know why this made me think of it. He does go to New York a lot for work, and I'm like, I need to come with you one of these times to New York City, and we need to bring the baby because his first word has to come out in a Brooklyn accent. So we have to get him there and get his accent there, and then bring him back here.
I think that's wonderful. Well, you do know, what's your heritage?
So I am mostly Norwegian and German. However, I'm a quarter Vietnamese.
There you, because you do look Italian. You look very Italian.
Yes, I get like Hispanic, Latino.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah.
It's a cool mix. So you're German and what?
Norwegian and then Vietnamese, a bunch of different things. Yeah.
I'm German and English, which was not good because every time my father's family and my mother's family get together was not very often because my father was English and my mother was German, and they had a problem during World War II. If you know what I mean. It's like, whoa. The Germans and the English didn't get along too well in World War II. So, yeah, I remember it was very uncomfortable, actually. So just before you get Hannah, I know you got to go, but what's it like having to carry Chris for like an entire show?
Oh my goodness, no! I feel like Chris carries me.
No.
My brain is like all over the place.
Thanks, Hannah. I'll get you that $25 later.
Rewind and now talk a little shit about
Now say your real answer.
Yes.
Exactly.
Hannah, you have to tell me what milestones has Brady done recently?
He tried solids for the first time last night.
Ooh.
Oh my!
He tried some banana. I mushed it up. Yeah, it was a big deal. He liked the first 2 bites, and then he started crying and didn't want anything after that. But what food do you give them, Brittany, in the beginning?
Pork chop.
Oh yeah, pork chop is a terrible option. We did a lot of that where we did purees, and they even like just having them like gnaw on we did a lot of steam stuff, and she would gnaw on it. But her favorite thing in the world is bananas, so I feel like that's a perfect start. But it's terrifying to give solids for the first time.
It is. I'm like, please don't choke. But it was very, very scary.
Stressful.
It's stressful.
Yeah.
And so now I'm like, oh man. And then I'm just like seeing the grocery bills start to go up, even though it's a banana. But I'm like, okay, next is gonna want all this food. But I think we're gonna do sweet potatoes soon. So.
Oh, fun. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love sweet potatoes? That'd be magnificent. Well, we just wanted to say hello, see how you be, because he's been hiding you from us.
Okay, it's been very busy
Oh,
on the road, so I feel like I'm just out there with my cameras. He's been hiding me.
Okay, here's my impression of Hannah. You ready for my impression of Hannah?
Okay, yes.
Chris Egert is the greatest.
Right.
Oh,
Right. Blink twice if you're being held against your will and forced.
I will say, Chris has the funniest facial expressions off camera because someone will say something and he just will look at me and it's so funny. Like, I laugh.
I like that.
I laugh from that. Yeah.
There's a little secret language that goes on during the newscast. That's for sure.
Secret language. What the hell's that all about?
Yeah.
You know, we have a lot of time during commercial breaks to talk about the commercials, to talk about life. And so there's a lot of inside jokes.
Oh, you know, I watch every morning. I don't think 8, 9, 10 minutes of commercials in a row is all that long.
Hey, we got to make sure you get all the medicines that you need. So you need to watch that commercial break and get up to speed on all the Jardians and all the things that are out there.
All the Jardians.
All the Jardians.
Okay. Is there anything for mental health for morning show people?
I obviously not.
Yeah, obviously not. It's true. All right. What the hell? Well, get back to work, sister. But you got to pop in more often. We haven't seen you in like a month.
I know. It's been so busy. And then I'll come in and you guys will be talking about something serious or someone will be talking about something. I'm like, I don't want to walk past and interrupt anything. So when there's opportunities, I'll come back, you guys.
It's just Chris. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. No, nobody else gives a rat's ass about interrupting me.
That's not true at all. We all care deeply. Hannah, you're the best. Thank you, my dear.
Bye, guys.
See you in a little bit.
So, Chrissy.
Yo.
Any big news? Because I did watch your news this morning, which I like to do.
Yeah.
Now. Matter of fact, I actually get up a half hour earlier just so I can get ready and watch your news. What the hell's that?
That's a lot of pressure. I don't need that kind of pressure, Tommy. Don't put that on me.
Loyalty. That's what it's all about.
Appreciate that.
You don't find that very often in the world anymore. Loyalty? Are you kidding me?
You're absolutely right about that.
True. Don't start this now.
Well,
where
no,
everything
you
I say is right. You're
no,
making
I
up
mean, I'll tell you if you're not.
I know you will. But I do think, Chris, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I do think, and I don't know anything about Jim Jordan. I guess he's a pretty conservative guy and all the rest of it. And the fact that they're moving away from a speaker who is very conservative or very liberal works for me. We need to move to the middle and work for the people. That's what we need, not your personal politics.
Well, I heard yesterday that some of the Republicans have actually been stacking up their no votes to stagger them. So every time there is a vote, they've got enough people to assure that he won't get it.
That's correct.
The ones who are lining up against him. So I don't know. But I mean, that's just it's a mess. And it's like you hope the adults in the room can figure it out, and then they can't. And yeah, I know.
Well, I have a question for you because I haven't seen him in a long time. I used to play golf with him once in a while and talk to him. But Tom Emmer is a very middling guy, isn't he?
He was actually being thrown around when
He should be.
When McCarthy was on his way out and before Jordan became the guy. Emmer was being. He said something to the effect that he didn't really have interest in it. What was his? He had a great quote. Like, I'm not interested in palace intrigue. Yeah, that was his quote.
Palace intrigue. I
thought it was great. Like, what a smart thing to say. Like, basically, I don't want to get involved in all this BS drama, but yeah, that was good. So I don't know if he meant that, if that was one of those things like, I have no intention at all to run for president. And then 3 days later.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but you're definitely right. He seems that he would come from a little bit more middle ground. That's for sure.
Yeah, no question about it. Matter of fact, I asked last week, and I don't think they thought I was serious, but I would like Tom Emmer to call in, and also Dean Phillips, because Dean Phillips he stepped aside from some of his duties because he's thinking about running for president now. These are two very well-known Minnesotans, and I'd like to get just to hear their personal take for a couple of minutes on the show.
And the almost immediately after Phillips said he's going to jump off of a couple different committees, a candidate emerged in his district to challenge him.
Oh, really?
Who I had not, in my knowledge, hadn't been really he might have been on the radar screen, but hadn't been sort of really out there until, that was almost the next day. So you could tell that there was blood in the water for sure.
No doubt about it. So I know we'll see how it all works out, but I just think, they can call into this show because there's going to be no ass kissing and there's going to be no attacking. I just want to hear what they have to say about the future of this guy. Because we've been talking about this for weeks and weeks on this show. We need to move to the middle. We got to get away from this severe crap and work together, for Christ's sake.
Well, you're really seeing it with the situation in Israel too. And that's just absolutely frightening because people are not listening to any reason. People they've picked their side, and that's the way that's got to be. And so that's I couldn't agree more. It would be great to see some middle ground in everything.
And they could follow my lead because I've handled this very well. I handle all this stuff very even keel. When anything comes up, I go, "That's right, Catherine, you're right," and then we just move on. What do you think?
Somebody has to ultimately be the boss at the end of the day. And that's Catherine. I have every confidence it's Catherine.
Well, it's not me. I can promise you that. There's no question about that. That's one of the problems with marrying a really good woman is, what are you going to do? Turn on her? No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do?
We're always saying how great my wife is too. And I'm like, yeah, I know. She's got one main character flaw though, and that was marrying me. But other than that, she seems to be a pretty good lady.
We have the same argument there, Pally. That's all I know. So any closing words, anything good you want to bring up, make us happy?
Hannah's going to host Minnesota Live today at 9:00.
What?
So, because Megan's gone, and so Hanna decided to jump in last minute. So that'll be fun. I've never done that show with her, so that'll be cool.
I'm going to jump on the phone and boo. It's going to be great. You'll answer the phone and go, boo. Hannah's there, boo. What do you think?
You can't boo Hanna. She's too dang nice.
That's true. You can't. There's no question about it.
Never seen her say a bad word about anybody.
No, she's a very, very pleasant person. We really like her.
Just like Brittany.
Oh, yeah. When I talk about weird body shapes, I did notice you guys were very nicely coordinated with your jewel tones, and I feel like that's going to look amazing on Minnesota Live.
With your jewel tone?
What the hell does that mean?
You guys, I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to do a lifetime of explaining for right now. How do you not know what a jewel tone is?
Talking about like vapes?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
More important stuff in our life. Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, how do you not? You're literally wearing a jewel tone right now, Chris. It's like a deep color, and you went so well with it. You just go deep.
Jewel tone?
You don't know what a jewel tone is? I'm mortified.
I feel like you don't know because you're not explaining yourself.
You guys, it's a color wheel. It's like going spring colored or jewel tones or pastels.
I learned something today. Thank you, Brittany. I had no idea.
You're welcome.
Never talk to Brittany again.
Right.
That's what you learn.
No, I
Is it 'cause it's like
honestly
an
never.
emerald?
I had no idea.
Yeah,
Like an emerald
he's
green.
yeah, he's doing like a deep green. She's doing like a deep sapphire. It's like a jewel tone.
You mean green and blue?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All
I
right.
can safely say I gave exactly 4 seconds thought to what I was going to wear today. So it's if this is a jewel tone, then
You're killing it.
I would watch that fashion show. Chris just walks into somebody's closet.
Sure.
Takes 5 seconds. Like, yeah, just throw that on. And then it works out.
Mhm.
Absolutely right. We were just there on Saturday. I know you got to go, Chris, but I want to close with this headline. What's the modern version of a needle in a haystack? Try a lost ring in the corn pit.
I saw that. I saw that in the strip today.
There is a huge billboard right by the corn pit that says, do not wear jewelry in the corn pit. It will come off. Whether you think it will or not, it will come off.
Oh,
So
man,
there are
think of
signs
all this
everywhere saying not to do that.
right. Well, think of all the great things you could find just by digging around in there. Chapstick, jewels,
Yeah.
Cool tones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jewel tones you could find.
somebody's vape pen.
Yep.
I had to wait till I got home to start digging around in the corn, but that was a different deal.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And on that note, I'm going to go.
Okay, we'll talk to you later. Tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Chris Egert, ladies and gentlemen. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. That was great to see Hanna. I hadn't seen Hanna in a while.
I love her. I'm so excited for her that her kiddo's starting to have solids. It's like such a scary moment because they do this like thing where they'll, if it's not chewed enough, they make this choking noise and they shoot it forward and chew it more. But it's the scariest thing. Like you will have that child and you're like, Heimlich? Oh, it's so fun. She's doing great.
That was so wonderful. When I turned 11, almost 12, I guess it was, almost turning 12. And I grew to over 6 feet tall. I weighed 200 pounds and my voice dropped down here when I was like 11 and a half, 12, something like that. And people honestly got, so did you cough a lot when you were a little kid? Did you choke on something as a baby? I said, why? Because of the gruff tone of my voice. That would do some damage to make it sound like this, don't you think?
Yeah. Could you imagine if you were a smoker on top of it?
Oh, if I smoked, literally. Hey, let me tell you something. It'd be unbelievable. It'd be Barry White and me.
Yeah.
That's what it would be.
Yep.
I've heard people say. You guys know Barry White?
Yeah.
Barry White was a great singer, the R&B singer back in the day. I ran into him at the Chicago airport once. He's walking along. He's got on a fur coat and a top hat.
Just real cash.
And this guy weighed about, 450, something like that.
He's not small.
He was not a small man. He's walking along, gigantic man walking along. And he's got 2 women on his left arm and 1 on his right arm.
Dang.
Barry, you're doing okay, Pally. Yeah, I've heard people say he does that a lot, apparently. All right, we do have to take a break because we got to get back on track here, which we'll get taken care of right now, don't you think?
Yep.
You think it's prudent?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You feel me?
Absolutely. Yep.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust to get results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions. Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. That's a great thing. Do yourself a favor. Call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You'll be glad you did, and tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Look at that direction, a little floor direction. What do you think?
I mean, who's on more of a connection right now than this show?
No, nobody.
Nobody.
It's just a given. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I am a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, and brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like, which is a big deal. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. Great job, Elizabeth. I am, and I mean this, so happy to hear about your success. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You don't have to take time off at work, get a babysitter for the kids, any of that stuff. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff, which I think is a brilliant move. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it's a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. Let them know that Tom sent you. It is 8:53 now. 7 minutes till 9 o'clock. Checking the weather today. Patchy fog, mainly cloudy with sun breaks at times. A sprinkle is possible with a high of 60 today. That's pretty good. Tonight, partly cloudy, fog forming toward Friday morning, a low of 44. Then on Friday, areas of fog, partial sunshine, but a high of 65 tomorrow. So 60 days, 65 tomorrow, 57 and sunny on Saturday, 58 and sunny on Sunday. Great 4 days coming up. It is partly cloudy and 49 right now. In studio, Emily, how are you?
Good, how are you?
You know, you've never told me your last name.
It's Cradawell.
It's pronounced Cradawell.
Yep.
Well, you left out like 4 letters. You can't just
keep you on
leave
your
out
toes.
letters.
I know.
So it's Cradawell.
Cradawell.
What's about the cha-cha-cha part?
It's the Czech part in me. I don't know.
Don't tell me you're Czech.
I'm Czech.
My wife is Czech.
Oh, well, you're lucky.
Oh my God, I'm surrounded. That's all I have to say. So Emily, you were going to ask me if yes, I did complete my 12-unit deal. So then I come back like once every, couple of months, do check-ins, that kind of deal?
Yeah, we say after the 12 treatments, come in once every 6 months, do 1 treatment just to kind of keep on top of it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Prolong how long.
But I'm going to come by anyway just to annoy you guys.
I would love that.
I'm stopping.
You don't have to lie, just because you're talking about stuff.
Because it's a different deal. God. In any case, moving forward, tell us all about the program.
Yeah, so it's we're at, our clinic is called Twin Cities Premier Health. We treat erectile dysfunction. We use a treatment called acoustic wave therapy, which uses acoustic sound waves to penetrate the tissue in the skin and reach the blood vessels to basically help heal them, clear out any plaque that's in there, triggers the immune system to repair them so that you get better blood flow to get better erections. And it's a process that we recommend doing around once a week. Average number is about 12 treatments. But the goal then is to treat the underlying issue that can cause erectile dysfunction for many people.
And what is that? What is that blockage all about?
Over time, whether it's genetics, aging, sitting, and years of sitting and driving, or just plaque buildup, the blood vessels can get plaque that builds up in them. They can get narrowed, damaged, and then you're just not getting great blood flow to be able to get and hold an erection. And that's the whole point of an erection, is to get the penis to fill with blood. So if the blood flow is compromised, you're not going to get erections like you used to.
How often every day do you say the word erection?
I probably say it about 100 times a day.
You make sure there's like a wall between you and whoever you're talking to.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that's probably true. Well, I did. I cut some spots yesterday. I don't know if you know Bruce from your advertising agency in Los Angeles.
No.
Bruce, I cut a couple of spots with him for Dallas and here, so that'll be nice. But it was kind of interesting because I'm talking to him, and we talked a lot about he's a radio guy too, and does voiceover and all that stuff. We were talking about all kinds of different stuff, and then we started cutting the commercials, and they were all ad-libbed commercials. And it's funny because I did the exact same thing you just did. About every other word was, yeah, and this morning I woke up with an erection, and that hadn't happened. And it's you figure I'm cutting a commercial that's going to run on the radio, and that's interesting.
Just casual conversation.
Yeah. But don't you think we've come to the point where we should have been long ago, where it's the human body, relax?
Absolutely. I think, the thing that I'm noticing a lot with the patients that I see is that it takes so much for them to come through the door. And then after they get through the door, it's a lot, it's like downhill from there. And it's just something that's not really talked about. When you're age 40% of men have erectile dysfunction.
Really?
That number goes up to 70% by the time men reach age 70. And it's something that's very common, but it's not talked about. And there's not a lot of really good options for treatment. You can do pills, you can do injections. Those don't treat the underlying issue. They just help with the symptoms.
Right.
If those stop working, your other option is the mechanical implant, which there's no going back from once you do that.
You get a little like garage door opener with that?
I think you do.
I think you do. I'm not kidding you. It's like, hey, I better open up the schwanz. It's time to go. Now, it was really kind of fun yesterday because we talked at length about, well, what was that all about? Because a lot of people don't know what we're even talking about yet because it's a fairly new idea.
Yeah, it got picked up. It was in Europe before it hit the United States. It hit the United States within the past decade. The machine we use for emitting the sound waves is a medical device that's been in the medical field since the 80s. If you've heard of lithotripsy, it's used to help break up kidney stones.
Right.
Orthopedic clinics use it for ligament and tendon injuries. We use it in wounds to help with healing. But in the past decade in the United States, we found it can help with erections and treat the underlying issue.
How did they not know that right up front that it would?
They probably weren't playing around with it on their genitals for some time.
Playing around with their genitals. Okay. That's, ladies and gentlemen, no, it's not. In any case, what's kind of fun about doing the interview with Bruce yesterday for the commercials is we were talking about, well, how did this go? How did that go? And I said, you have to understand, now, Bruce, you've never met me, so you don't really understand. Now, the three of you would understand this, that when I walked in, I didn't know what it was all about. I had never seen the, what is the unit called? Is it called a unit? The vibrating
I call
unit?
it a gun, but I don't know if that.
It kind of looks like a gun. It looks like a penis
standoffish.
gun.
It does.
It looks just like a penis, but shaped like a gun. What is?
I'm a 12-year-old. I'm sorry.
You're falling apart. I mean, but I walk in there and I don't know how to do this or whatever, so I'm just going to follow his lead and we're going to be good to go. So when you walk in, you disrobe from the waist down.
Yep.
And I did not know that. Then you get up on a, what are those kind of gurney things called?
The exam table.
The exam table. Yes, yep. With the stirrups. You put your feet in the stirrups. So you're naked from the waist down.
Winnie the Pooh. Yep.
Yes, like just wearing a jacket. That's it. No shirt, just a jacket. That was Winnie the Pooh, wasn't it? You wear a jacket but no shirt.
Red shirt, yeah.
Like, why would you wear a jacket if you're not wearing a shirt? Try the shirt first, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so I walk in there and he says, okay, you just disrobe from the waist down and then hop up in there and put your feet in the air, then slide toward me. He's doing all this stuff. So I literally just went the radio route and started telling jokes. Because what else are you going to do?
Yeah, it's I think it would be worse to just everybody's dead silent as you're
it'd be horrible.
Naked with this penis gun. Like, you got to say something. You can't just sit there in silence. You have to say something.
Don't you?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree. But that's how the kind of thing, I don't know if you've noticed that when we walk out of there, we're both laughing every damn week because it's the same situation. By the way, he is such a smart ass.
Okay. They all are med techs. We have two,
all of them?
2 females, 2 males. medically trained, very professional, but if you get them joking with you, they'll really push your buttons.
Now, do you do the procedure as well?
I don't.
I didn't think so.
I do the consultations. I go over their medical history, medications, make sure there's no contraindications to doing this. And then the medical technicians are the ones that are specifically trained by the medical device rep. We get the machine from a medical device company, so they get specific training and they're the ones that have the proper training and experience in it.
Yeah, well, that makes total sense. But I just like people to know, seriously, if you're thinking, oh my God, do I want to do there's nothing to it. It takes about maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's really simple. I tell that to people. You come in, you do a treatment, takes about 15 minutes, and you carry on your day. There's no downtime. There are no restrictions.
Right.
And we have some people writing in with a few questions, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, love to hear it.
Eric wants to know, Emily, when will this insurance cover this treatment? He said it seems like a better and safer option than chemical treatment. So he's just curious when that might be around the corner.
Yeah, that's a great question. As of now,
why did you say that to me?
Well,
that's a great question.
Well, it's just implied that you ask great questions.
Okay, sorry. I'll get out of your way.
It's a blue moon when I do it.
It's not yet covered by insurance. It's considered elective at this point, and all great and new procedures take time before they can get insurance on board, and so there's no timeline set for when we can expect that, unfortunately.
But why not? That makes no sense.
I know.
Makes people's lives better. Why wouldn't it be covered by insurance?
That's a great question. It's a really simple procedure. It's effective, and I don't know why insurance hasn't got on board yet. It might be that it's too new. But
you think maybe it might be?
It's possible.
Although insurance now, I went to the hospital because I had a problem with my right eye, so I went to the hospital and had some scans done and all that stuff. $12,000.
Yeah. Well, and
$12,000, and I was there for about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, and I would assume because it's erectile dysfunction is so common that insurance is like, well, we don't want to do that because then everybody would be using it. And now it probably cost them more money. You know what I mean? Because they would rather have you get their insurance and not use it. But if everybody's going to use that service, it probably isn't as incentivized.
Did you ever see that United Health building on 169?
Oh, yeah. They're not hurting. They're not hurting. Do you think so? Like in the dentistry field, for example, like you used to have to go in to get like your teeth whitened or cleaning, and then they started to develop at-home devices. Do you think that in the future that this is something that eventually you could just go online and buy your own penis gun and do the work at home?
Actually, they do have some devices they advertise that you can buy online, but the problem with them is that since it's not a medical grade device, there's no calibration. It's not set to you can't adjust it like we do with each patient. And it's probably not sound waves that are being emitted. It's probably just compressed air. And so there's not a lot of benefit to buying the at-home ones. We're finding that it really doesn't do anything.
So I'm going to ask this of you and Brittany. Why is it always the men that have to get the work done? The women just
shut up. I have had
any problem.
No, you're asking the wrong person that. As somebody who's been in infertility clinics like most of her adult life, I have had more doctors inside of me casually than you'll ever have, sir.
Yeah, I gotta say, when the guys have to get on the exam table, feet in the stirrups. I mean, I'm not a sadist, but there's a slight satisfaction.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Emily. You're doing God's work.
Thank you.
You're doing God's work. Is that the ticket?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a non-stirrup option? Could I just like stand in the middle of the room like a superhero with my hands on my hip?
That would be very awkward for you.
Yeah, that would be, because the guy would have to lay on his back and put it straight up at the end. That would not look good.
The device runs along the shaft of the penis, and then you have to hold up your testicles so we can do like the perineum area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind.
Well, Tevin, we'll let you wear a tool belt when you go on the stirrups.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, a little construction type outfit.
Yeah.
Do you ever get tired? Because I'm sure you hear it every time. Like, well, buy me some dinner first. Like those cliches.
Oh yeah, I've heard it all. Good, bad, creepy. I've heard it all.
Well, my first one when they told me to pull up my testicles, and I said, I looked at him. It's the first time I ever met him. I looked and I said, God, I'm so sick. I do that all the time.
Just another Tuesday.
It's just another Tuesday. Tom holding on to his nutsack. That's it. No, one thing I should make very, very clear is you will not feel uncomfortable when you go to Twin Cities Premier Health, because everybody's just very relaxed, doing their jobs, and it's not a judgmental deal at all. Because some people, I think, they don't like go and have procedures done because they'll think I did something wrong, or did I eat too much, or did I drink too much. It's not like that at all.
No, not at all. We know this is a sensitive subject for a lot of people.
Sure.
We try and make it as comfortable as possible. We're all professionals. We're all medically trained. We all have medical backgrounds. So we try and, make you as much at ease as we can. And we even say, if you feel comfortable bringing your partner in, go ahead and do that, because it seems like it helps when the partner's in. It makes the patient feel more comfortable, and then it helps when the partner knows what you're going through too, and then they have a better understanding of why we prescribe homework.
Are you taking a shot at me? Is that what you're doing?
Not at all.
By coincidence, the only time Catherine ever showed up was at my last procedure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to the Twins game that Tuesday night. That was a playoff game. And I go in and I'm having the procedure done, and I keep getting phone calls while I'm in there about our tickets. And I said, well, I can't do that or whatever. So I quickly buzzed Catherine. I said, Catherine, would you come in here and grab my phone and just call them back and say, we'll get the ticket, blah, blah, blah. She says, I'm not coming in there. I said, what? She goes, I've seen enough. I don't want to be in there. So that having a wife with a sense of humor probably does help.
It definitely helps. Yep,
I
it
would
helps
think
when
so.
you've got a supportive partner, because in between treatments we encourage any sort of sexual stimulation, and so I say bring your partner in so that they know we're not lying about that.
Right? No, I think it. The guy, honey, I'm making this up. We're supposed to have a lot more sex.
Yeah, the doctor prescribed a couple rounds a day.
It's exactly
it's doctor's
right.
orders.
Yep.
I just think we're making some great leaps in treatment of certain. Well, and like I said, it's non-invasive. So if anybody thinks they got to, take her deep, that's not the idea at all. Well, no, because it looks like a penis. I'm sorry, but the gun looks like a penis. So I think they're not going to go.
Yeah, we keep it solely on the skin surface.
Exactly. I want to make that very clear.
Men are such babies. Like, oh, you're gonna have to put it on your skin. Oh, that's
No.
rough.
We're not talking about putting it on the skin. We're talking about taking her deep.
I
Brittany,
know.
you won't understand.
I don't understand.
Brittany.
Just even,
You
I have to
understand me
spread
as a
my
woman.
legs. Oh.
And Brittany, did you have an email as well? Because when you kind of shook your head, yes, when AJ was talking about got some emails asking questions.
Oh no, I was excited because I was gonna jump in and mention that one. That was the same one I'd gotten. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure
you got it.
Such a good question.
It is a good question, but yeah, if you have any questions, you just how do they reach out?
Just jump on the app, and if you go to the top left, there's a little like talk bubble thing.
That's right.
Click on that, and they'll say feedback, and that'll go to both me, AJ, Tevin, Andy. So, and we won't say your last name, or we won't. If you just don't want us to say your name, just throw that in there. We won't even have to say your name. And yeah, you can ask whatever you want.
Which I think is a good idea, because if you have any questions about it, and look, you do what you do, and it all works out for you. I'm happy for you, and all the rest of it. I got the call about doing this. I did it. It worked very, very, very well for me. And at first, you kind of think, this is not that big a deal. Is this even going to work? Because it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Even if it sounds like your foot in the stirrups, naked from the waist down, and they're putting this penis-shaped thing up your sack. Well, not up your sack, but next to it, I guess. But you'd think it'd be a lot more uncomfortable. But I literally just sat there the whole time and told jokes. That's all I did.
How long does it take?
It takes about 15 minutes. From start to finish, your first visit is free. You come in, you fill out some paperwork with your medical history. We do a free consultation, and then we do a free blood flow assessment to see what your blood flow is like from the arteries that supply blood to the penis. Then we recommend treatment, and then you can do your first treatment that day in clinic. Takes about 15 minutes to do a treatment. Like Tom was saying, it really should not be painful at all. It's maybe like a thumping sensation, but we offer a spray to numb the skin beforehand, and we find most people don't need it. They tolerate it just fine without.
Yeah, I don't need it. It tickled a little bit in one area. It does tickle a little bit. I got to be honest. That's not a bad thing.
No.
By the way, if you would like to call in instead of texting in, 952-600-2575, 952-600-2575 if you have any questions about this, that, or the other thing. But look, I don't lie to our listeners. It worked for me. There's no question about that. Catherine and I really, it's worked out just fine. Let me put it that
I'm happy
way.
for you.
So, I mean, that's a good thing because some of these people say, oh, it has happened before where you'd see this guy appear on TV. I'm doing this and it's wonderful. And then 2 months later, well, I'm doing a different thing and it's wonderful. It's like, well, did the first one work? Why would I believe you if you went on to another completely different thing, right?
Yep.
So I'm not going to sit here and tell people, oh no, it's not a big deal at all.
It shouldn't be. Yeah.
No.
You said you had 2 male like technician doctors and 2 female. Do people get to like pick like, oh, I'm more comfortable with a male versus a female doctor?
We do have people that have a preference, and so we try and accommodate that when we can. Otherwise, it's a lot of times it's, if you're okay with whoever, it's whoever's available at the time. But absolutely, we have people that have preferences, and we try and accommodate that.
What do you mean preferences?
I don't know. Like maybe some people you get the people that are like, oh, I'm too manly to have another man doctor. So I don't know. Some people are like more, I'm sure you get weirdos that are like, oh yeah, I want that female doctor, but
Oh my God, Kevin.
You don't think there's definitely weirdos out there.
Kevin's not wrong.
Do that. Right, see? Exactly. Brittany.
Well, I've had the procedure was done by a woman and a man. So I've had, who cares?
Right.
What do I care? Oh, she's probably never seen a penis before. What? I mean, come on, right? Have we made great leaps in the medical field with people having a lot more faith in how things go?
I think so. I think
Seems like
it seems like patients in general just know to ask more questions and, do research. I get a lot of patients that come in that say they've already researched this a bunch. And I am happy to see that. I feel like we've come a long way with that. And people feel like they can be involved in the decision process and make an informed decision themselves after, hearing, what this is all about and the evidence behind it.
And I suppose this just popped in my head and I don't even know how to say this, but I would imagine if you did have, maybe playing sports as a kid, you injured yourself in the crotchal area, you should probably bring that up. If there is a sensitive area down there, bring it up to the clinic. Because I got to believe probably just there have to be some things that it wouldn't feel good around, but if you wanted, they wouldn't go around that part.
Absolutely. And that's part of the paperwork you fill out is
Right,
they ask
right.
if there's ever been an injury to the penis or if your penis has ever been forcefully bent, during sex. Another thing too is, we do this treatment for erectile dysfunction, but we also use it to treat a condition called Peyronie's disease.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's a curvature of the penis because of some cartilage or fibrous buildup that causes the curve. And we can use this treatment to shrink that fibrous plaque down and reduce that curve.
Don't they call the hand deal Peyronie's as well?
Yeah, like
that's kind of weird. So you can either get it in your hand or your penis, one of the two. That's the whole deal. But yeah, I think things are going well. I mean, it's just the whole idea. And as I said, I talked to Bruce yesterday. He's in Los Angeles. I was here. We talked about it, a number of different things, and I was very honest during the deal. Talked about it well. There's luckily you guys don't have any jerks working there either. That's a good thing.
Yeah, we make sure that everyone's not a jerk.
Well, don't you think it's a good idea? Because someplace you go and it's like, that guy's a pain in the ass. You don't need that.
No.
All right. Anything else we should know?
Yeah, like I said, we do a free consultation, blood flow assessment. First treatment is free if you come in. And so I encourage scheduling that and bring your partner. It's always helpful when they kind of see what's going on. But yeah, don't be nervous. The hardest part is getting through the door, I say, and it's all downhill from there.
I just thought of something. So if you're a gay couple and one guy's doing it and the other one is like, I don't need that. That's your deal.
think that's a conversation for another
day. Well, you know what could happen.
Tom, you said you cut a commercial for them in Texas?
For Dallas and Minnesota.
For Dallas. Okay, so you guys have another location
Yep,
down
Dallas is our flagship clinic. And so
Okay.
this Twin Cities clinic in Edina is our second clinic.
Okay, because we had a listener that said she lives in Texas and was asking if you guys had other locations. And so I don't know where Jeannie, if you live in Dallas or in that area, check them out.
Yep, it's called Dallas Premier Health.
Dallas Premier Health, Twin Cities Premier Health, Dallas Premier Health. Did you have somebody?
No, that was actually what I was going to bring up. So
you were bringing the same thing.
Tevin beat me to the punch.
Look at that.
Or
We're really working hard.
To the acoustic wave therapy session, I guess he beat me to.
It all works out.
I don't know. I was trying to make it bad.
No, I was going to say beat you to the erection, but I was like, that's kind of weird.
Whatever works. Well, I'm glad you came in.
Thank you.
You should come back more often.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
So again, how do you reach out to Twin Cities Premier Health?
Oh, that's a great question. We have an email.
Because I happen to know.
Oh, why don't you go ahead, Tom?
All you got to do is go to TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com.
I knew we had a website. I just don't remember our phone number off the top of my head. I always have to look at the card.
I actually don't have the thing about that is I always put my cards right under the garage door opener, so it's down in my car. I think AJ can come up with it though. He's very good at that kind of thing. What are you doing? Oh, is the phone number on here? Thank you. You could have just read it.
Yeah, we want the official voice of the Twin Cities Premier Health.
Can you see a phone number on there?
952-234-3291.
234. That's pretty good. 3491, you said?
Mm-hmm. It's 952-234-3291.
3291. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Emily, come back.
Yep.
Actually, I think people getting comfortable by listening to this conversation, because there's nothing serious about, oh my God, we should warn you about this one part. It does not hurt. It does not take forever. It's not a big deal at all. I completed my series of 12. It's usually 12 treatments.
Usually,
is that correct?
Yep. It can vary depending on if you have the curvature of the penis, if you know, how your blood flow is, medical history, all that. But usually it's about 12.
Yeah.
Emily, one last question from a listener here. They want to know if there's any discounts, like military type stuff.
Actually, we do offer specials.
Ooh.
And so we have patient care coordinators that work with us, and they are the ones that go all over pricing, financing, specials or promotions. And so if you do come in for that consultation, we can have a patient care coordinator meet with you to go over all of that so that you get the full idea of, what this is all about.
It was so funny. The last time Emily was here, after I ran into her, that session, I went in the next day and ran into, she goes, next time have me on longer. I don't remember that when you said that.
I do not remember that.
You
but it
definitely
sounds like
said that to me.
I just love talking about penises,
Hey, don't we all?
Yeah, right. Don't we all? Let me think about that and get back to you. All right. Well, behave, and I will see you. I'm going to come in, I think, like first week in November, I think it is.
Perfect. Be happy to see you.
I'll be happy to see you as well. But no, we got to have you in more often.
Yeah.
Because seriously, you're not going to hear this conversation anywhere else, are you?
Probably not.
No.
Absolutely
Absolutely
not.
not. So everybody go check out Twin Cities Premier Health, where the hardest thing about the procedure is the erection. Boom. You can use
There is that your sale line?
There you go. I'm not saying I should be on the marketing team, but if you guys have an opening.
Oh, here's another one. It can be a soft subject.
Ooh, there you go.
Why don't you two kids open up an ad agency? What do you say? That'd be good. Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll take a break. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship. I love that car, by the way. And I have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership. That's just 20 minutes east of the metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options, as a matter of fact. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is it's tire month. Did you know that?
Yes, it's a big month for me.
Liar. It's tire month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle any model car, truck, or SUV and get your tires before the snow flies for just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
You know, I'm very, very proud of my coworkers. Brittany, as a woman, and being remote is one thing, but having 2 guys in studio, because as you can tell, Emily's a very attractive young woman. So for these guys to jump on and talk about wieners right in front of her, I was very proud of you.
Yeah, I mean, 12-year-old me would have not done well in this conversation. That is for certain.
Probably not.
I mean, 31-year-old me also didn't do that great, but yeah, we held it together enough.
I thought you did a great job.
Nothing wrong with just, some locker room talk,
That's exactly right. So when you woke up this morning, did you have an erection? Why, yes, I did.
Yay.
I'll tell you what, I did not expect that to be a segment on the show today.
No.
Why? What do you mean?
Just, I was unaware of what Emily was going to come in and promote.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, that's all. That was the biggest thing. I got the email from Pat. I was like, hey, we're she's coming in at 9. I was like, sounds good. I'll throw her on the run sheet. And then about 5 minutes in, I was like, oh, this is the direction we're going.
Yeah, we're going to do something different now that radio doesn't do anymore. We're going to communicate. So next time I'll make sure you know who the hell it is and why they're coming in.
Well, it was a fun surprise.
Yeah, and like Premier Health, like I just thought, like, because the health field is such a wide ranging spectrum of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, for her to be like, oh, just coming in and talk about penises for,
a half hour.
It worked though.
No, you should have been told that though. I'll make sure that whoever makes out the deal will tell you.
The whole time, all I could think of was the scene from Bad Boys when Martin Lawrence is in the bathroom and he gets an erection and he's like, because he accidentally took some ecstasy, and he's like to Will Smith, he's like, Mike, I got an erection. Call the wife, tell her I'm on the way.
I'm on
he's
the
so
way.
excited.
Well, that's how for Twin Cities Premier Health, same deal.
Yeah.
We got an email during the break from Dale, who was listening, and he says, new drinking game. Take a drink every time Emily said the word penis.
I love that.
You would be hammered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drunk immediately.
I wonder if we could have somebody sit through that and listen to it and tell us how many things. It was probably about 30.
Oh,
way more.
Way more than 30.
Whether it was penis erection, it was every other word.
Over unders at like 65 and a half.
Really?
It was a lot.
Well, so that's how it should be. You should have it. Yeah, 65 drinks would be a lot.
But it was that many because I think it was a calm, like casual, comfortable conversation.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there wasn't anything weird about that.
No, I just have never had that touchiness deal about it. It's like, well, I don't want to talk about how I had my wiener worked on. What the hell do I care?
You
Whatever.
guys, I can't even get over this. This is the least invasive way to change your life. That is
It is,
hilarious. Like, that's what's so funny about men. They're like, oh my God, are you going to move my balls while you put something against my skin?
But it's not even about like changing anything. It's just like guys are very insecure. And so it's like more so like, oh, are they judging me right now because they think my penis is too small or too big? Does it look weird?
Oh, is that so uncomfortable, Tevin? I don't even know how many people.
I'm trying to explain. See, this is what's wrong with America today. Is I'm trying to explain some of the insecurities.
You're
that
worried
some
about
people
being
experience.
judged. Oh.
You're a terrible person.
I can't even tell you how many people were in the room when I delivered Go-Go. I have no idea. Don't care. Whatever. I don't care. You could have brought the whole whole
but
football team. I don't care.
That's also a little bit different because you're giving birth and you're trying to push this human being out. Like you don't care. Whereas like if you're just sitting there in a silent room, I'm not saying it's worse. I'm just saying guys will get in their own head. Brittany.
Tevin, you're talking to somebody who has been to infertility like appointments for like 3 years.
Okay.
And never has it ever been non-invasive. Let me just tell you that right now.
Brittany, we're not trying to compare traumas. Okay. We're
No,
just saying
you-
that some guys might be a little insecure. That's it.
I'm just saying that this is an amazing program that would be so easy. So if it's throwing guys off, that's like, oh, it's uncomfortable. It's barely. You're fine. Go get your penis fixed. It's great.
I just got a text message from the guy that said, God, I'm glad I heard that whole deal because I thought, okay, so I go in and there's a thing they have that vibrates that's shaped like a penis. So they shove that up my butt. Like,
see, Brittany?
See, they're very nervous about it.
And that's okay. You can be nervous.
It's
okay.
Guys are fine. Go. I mean, if it's just something that goes against your skin and we're all having to hold every guy's hand, you're fine. Go to this appointment. It's amazing.
Absolutely true. See, I've had like hernia surgery 3 times.
Yeah.
And that's very invasive.
Yeah.
They'll tell you that. They slice you wide open. But yeah, that was from once you get a hernia from like lifting weights or something like that, you're going to get at least a couple more. Unless you sit on your ass and do nothing all the time, then you wouldn't. But yeah, it's just part of the whole deal. I was trying to think about, can you think of like the most nervous you ever were about going in for a procedure or an operation or something like that? I mean, having a baby's got to be very nerve-wracking, I would think.
I was nervous about like the week prior, like the week prior, I was like, it started to hit me that this thing I was growing is going to have to come out. Like it kind of was just like a novelty that it was attached to me where I'm like, this is hilarious. And then once those contractions started, I was like, I don't even care how this thing comes out of me. Like that's the gift that contractions give you is they're so painful that you can't even, you're like, I won't, like at some point, they gave me an epidural, which you have to like stay super still for. And it'd be kind of nerve wracking, right? Like how close it is to your spine. But at the time it's so painful. You're just like anything. So I think that the week prior would be when I was the most nervous.
I have never asked a woman this, but when the baby's in your tummy, do your nerve endings in your stomach lessen, or can you feel every little move the baby makes?
You often feel a lot of the moves the baby makes. It becomes so normal. Like I used to wake up to like little kickings, and then I kind of found them like calming when she would move. And at the tail end, the kid is wild because it's just like, you know,
Right.
I know.
Like, let me
but I would have to say, like the things I didn't know that would happen. They talk about having to pee all the time, and you're like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. But I'm literally telling you, I would go on my 2 or 3 mile walk, and I would have to probably 4 different times go pee in someone's yard because it's like that.
Yard?
Well, yeah. If I was on my walk, like
hell?
It's like all of a sudden this like this baby either kicks your bladder or pushes on it, and you're like, I'm gonna have to pee immediately, and you can't just like not go on a walk, like. And then the other thing I didn't know that would happen is you get like sciatic, like hip pain that I've never had before.
Oh,
It's like your
yeah.
ligaments are so stretched out there, where it's like like a lightning bolt to your crotch, and you go, oh my God, why? You know, so that.
God, that would make me very, very nervous. Are you at first just constantly worried that every day something's going to go wrong?
Yes.
I bet that's true.
Oh, especially because it took us so long to get pregnant that I was like, oh my God, if you would even, I'd be in the room with lunch meat. I'd be like, I can't be near that because, you know, that's one of the things you're not supposed to do is eat lunch meat. And I was terrified. I didn't even travel. Like I was supposed to go to a wedding when I was in my second trimester and I was too scared to be around because it was during COVID too. I was so scared. And if she wouldn't kick, and if I didn't feel like she kicked for like a couple hours, I would have I would want to like almost go in. And since I was over the age of 35, it's a geriatric pregnancy. So they treat you like a high risk pregnancy. So
really?
Yeah. So I was constantly scared. It was like the most precious thing I've ever had in my life. It was, I was not a cool, calm, and collected person.
I'm kind of surprised that they still consider 35 to be an older woman because, I mean, people live a lot longer now. You would have thought that it'd be 40 at least 40 to 45.
I think like lifestyle and socially wise, it's not that big of a deal, but medically you're more primed and you have a less chance of something happening in your 20s. But like, if I would have had a kid in my 20s, oh my God. I was not ready to have a kid.
Would have been born an alcoholic. Is that what you're saying?
It would have had an alcoholic mama, and it would have, I wouldn't have had money for daycare. So I probably would have had to bring it to work with me. Like me in my 20s.
Oh, that's true.
Should not have had a child. So I did it the way I was supposed to do it. But Yeah,
I understand that because I was 34 when Andy was born. I was about to turn 35. When Andy was born, then Alex, I was 37 or 38. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad I waited till later on in life. But, you know, I saw a lot in the neighborhood of people just, you know, walking away from pregnancies and stuff like that. I can't do something like that. No way.
Yeah.
Guys just would not take responsibility for their baby. I mean, it was their baby, but they said, I don't care if it's my baby or not. I'm not taking care of that kid. That's her problem.
You know what would have happened, Tom, if I would have had my baby while I was working at KQ? That baby I would have been so broke that baby would have been exclusively wearing KQ merch all the time.
Well, nothing wrong with that. There you go. The merch. So what else is happening? Anything good in the news?
Well, we have a lot of good stories in Tom's news stories. There's a lot.
That's why I asked. I didn't click on it yet. I always ask first.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
You want to start with how you butter your toast says a lot about you?
I'm interested. I didn't put that one up there, but I think it looks
you didn't?
good.
Okay. The only reason that I'm asking you that question is I actually lived with a woman many, many years ago in Florida, and she had to make sure that the butter went all the way to the edge around the bread.
Really?
It couldn't just be in the middle. It had to be all the way to the crust.
Well, I'll tell you, if you read the article, that's called the total coverage spread. And you'll be able to, they have all that's
a real thing you found?
They have all these different, like if you only do a little bit or if you do the full total coverage, and some people like rip off little pieces and then like put the butter on there. Apparently what you do with your bread and how you butter it says a lot about what your personality is.
Really?
I didn't know this was so controversial because they have like pictures of the way people spread butter on
their I love this.
And some of the ways that they're depicting people spread butter on their toast, if you do this, you're 100% a serial killer because there's no way that any logical person does this.
Yes, the glider, you can forget it. There's nowhere near enough butter on the glider.
No, not at all.
That's not even close. Have you ever thought about how you spread your butter on your toast? According to Darren Stanton, a human behavioral expert, gliders who glide the knife over the bread for an even spread, something 50% of the 2,000 adults polled claim to do, tend to be easygoing and calm in nature. So the glider, see, I wouldn't do, so I'm not easygoing and calm in nature because I would never butter my toast like that.
Shocking.
I mean, but it looks just like this one little, it looks like you're lazy as hell.
Yeah, it looks like you did it on accident.
Yeah, exactly. So you got the, I love these. All have names. The glider, that's the one with just the spread from corner to corner. Total coverage, where you literally cover the entire piece of bread with butter. The clumper, where you put a clump of butter on one end and a clump of butter on the other. Oh, that's what you do?
I'm a clumper.
You're a clumper?
Yeah, I'm a lazy clumper.
So I'm a total coverage and you're a lazy clumper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you guys show up, I want to hear it.
Oh, I'm total coverage guy. Like it doesn't have to be all the way to the edge, but it covers 90%, 99%.
100's 100.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying to you. All right. AJ, what do you got?
I am the crust avoider, only because like I want to be able to, I want to grab it, but then I don't have the oily butter feel on my fingers afterwards. Like I want to like still feel clean, kind of.
All right. Do you want toast with your spread? There's so much butter on this piece of toast. I don't know if you could even taste the toast.
Yeah, that looks like when I was in like middle school with our breakfast at school lunches, we would always try to find the butteriest piece of bread. It was essentially just soggy, melted, drenched all over some toast.
Ish.
But yeah, that would be that.
That's all I'm saying.
That's good.
The crust avoider, double cider, the tear and spread. I don't know what that means because it doesn't look like there's any butter on that at all.
If you scroll down on the story, they go more in depth about what each one and then what like the personality traits of each one offer.
Yeah.
Oh, the double cider. So there's people that put butter on both sides.
I've never heard of that in my life.
That is psychopath behavior.
That's weird, and that's not spread across the entire piece of toast. It's like clumped on there.
Well, in the picture, it looks like it is, and maybe just this part in the middle is melted. But
maybe, yeah.
But yeah, it says both sides. That's no.
Why would you want to butter both sides of your bread? Wouldn't it get all over your hand?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or if you set it down on your like a napkin or your plate, like it's gonna get butter out. Yeah, and who rips the bread and then puts the butter on it?
That one's also like you need to be on a watch list.
You think so?
Oh my god!
This is all about toast, man. That story goes on forever. By the way, that story is very, very long.
They did the research.
They did.
So they tell you your personality, and I'm a little annoyed with mine. So on the clumper, they say that you tend to do things your own way, fine, and they will generally be the sort of people that run late for their appointments and always think they have more time to spare than they have. That's not me. So
no, I just don't understand. It's a piece of toast and some bread. Put it on there and eat it and shut up, right? You got to have a plan to eat a piece of toast.
Tom,
makes no sense.
Did you say you're the total coverage? Is that you?
Yeah, but that's because I put so much butter on it. It can't avoid being total coverage.
Okay, so this is what they say about you. They tend to be very precise people who follow their own rules. They are everything in its place type of people. If they had friends round for dinner, everything would be immaculately organized. Is that you?
No.
Yeah.
Immaculately organized? No.
Right.
Get your own damn toast. How about that? That'd be me. Is there a category for that?
No, but wait.
Probably
and then we said the crust avoider this is what AJ is. Everything needs to be in its place because crust avoiders are perfectionists who fear making a mess. As they are orderly people, they're likely to have likely great at life admin and are super organized, but don't necessarily shout about it. That's AJ.
I hate spilling on myself. I do that way too much.
Oh, do you?
So like when I'm buttering toast, it's like we're keeping everything clean.
I just realized something. I never ever get to eat toast during the week. It's only on the weekends.
I love toast.
I can't.
I can't remember the last time I ate toast.
Yeah,
I think
me either.
I'm more of an
Yeah, me
English
either.
muffin kind of guy.
Ooh, solid.
Yep.
I like toasted sandwiches.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Those
I've got like a
sandwiches,
panini.
Forget
I've
about
got like a
it.
panini press. Yeah.
We like that. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. I got to run this by Brittany first, and then we'll get to the guys after that. This makes very little sense to me. Crazy or clever girls asking guys for a female reference before they'll date them.
Oh, interesting. Would I trust your female reference?
But if you're not together anymore, how could it be any good?
Yeah.
Well, it could be like a
sister.
friend that's a girl, or like your sister or cousin or something like that.
Oh, so it's not a sex thing; it's just a hanging out thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like you know how like when you submit an application for a job, they're like, hey, can I get some references from a past employee or somebody that may know you so they can call and see. This is something that a girl did to find out if the guy that she wants to maybe go on a few dates with, if there's any red flags, like is he like, does he hate dogs and stuff like that? You know, just find out like the stuff that you wouldn't maybe find out until a couple dates in.
Or what a red flag if they didn't have a female reference.
That too.
That would be pretty odd, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I would imagine. So, well, maybe I'll read the story because so they want to make sure. Because I mean, if you ask him for a female reference, he's not going to steer you toward a woman who doesn't like him.
Right. I think this is ridiculous.
I like it. I'd be pretty honest about my brother.
Your brother? What are you
Yeah,
stabbing him in the back for?
Right. Okay. So
I'm
give
not
us
saying
some red flags.
No, I'd just be like, hey, I don't want to air his on air.
So you backpedal. Do you?
Backpedaling. Backpedal. That's what it is. When Sarah dated a man who wasn't always available to answer her calls, she never imagined there would be a reason other than he was simply busy at work. The excuses he gave for not answering his phone, I was very trusting of because it made sense for the type of job he had. The Melbourne single mom tells Kid Spot. Sarah and the man were together for 3 months last year, and all that time she didn't realize the type of relationship they had was completely for his benefit. Really? I never met any of his friends, the 38-year-old member remembers. I actually didn't see him interact with another person. We always met up privately, and I thought it was a nice, comfortable thing to hang out at my home, but I didn't realize he was wanting that because he was hiding. I didn't read into it what should have been very big red flags. Would you ever trust a guy who said, well, I'm not going to go out with you. You have to come to my house and I have to come to your house and hang out.
No,
I
had a friend of a friend that was in a situation like this where she was like, yeah, I've never, like, he always comes to my house. We never go to his house. We never go out anywhere. And I was like, he's got something going on. Like,
I couldn't agree
And it was,
more.
I think he had like a girlfriend and a whole family or some shit like that.
Unbelievable. He had a whole family?
Yeah. And she was like shocked. And I was like, you mean the guy that wouldn't tell you anything about him and wouldn't let you over to his house? Like
That's
to the
true.
point where she would drop him off like a block away from his house and he would walk the rest of the distance. And she's like, well, he said it was because he didn't want me to have to like go down the one way and turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Type of thing. Like,
You're not buying that one?
No. What?
Me either. Sarah ended the relationship after her now ex told her he was going interstate due to family trauma and left no indication as to when he was returning. I was worried about him, but after a while I didn't want to keep waiting and I told him we should call things off. Shockingly, Sarah soon discovered through a little social media sleuthing that her former partner was not interstate at all. He was actually busy with another relationship we had been in for 5 years. Oh, we never went to his house while we were dating because he said he had an obnoxious roommate, but his obnoxious roommate was his girlfriend.
Oh,
in his defense, she could have been obnoxious.
Yeah.
So that might not be 100% a lie.
Yeah, you might be right about that. She could have been obnoxious. That girl had actually messaged Sarah during the relationship. And when she approached her then boyfriend about it, he fabricated yet another tall story. She asked me, how do you know this person? Sarah said, he told me he was a stalker ex and not to respond to her messages. He told me she was a stalker. That's terrible. So he's the biggest prick on ever born, but everybody else is at fault.
Well, yeah. I mean, once you're committed that deep into the lie, you'll say anything to keep it going.
I guess so. I would imagine that's probably what it was. She asked me, how do you know this person? He told me, the stalker ex and the whole deal. When Sarah confronted her ex about discovering that post-relationship, he deflected once again, denied all wrongdoing. He gaslighted me, saying I was as crazy as she was and blocked me. I just thought, good riddance. Why were you with this guy? Didn't he show any signs of being a prick other than dating anyway? Because if you're that big a jackass, doesn't it show up?
But like, in the dating world, like you kind of have to go in so vulnerable and believe people. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just sucks because you kind of have to go, all right, I'm taking this person's word for it. Because there are people in situations that have an annoying roommate or, that maybe feel insecure about their house or their car or something. So it's like, I feel bad for her. But there is this thing on Facebook. I'm not going to say the name of it because men aren't supposed to know about it. But you can communicate if there's any red flags with guys.
Yeah.
And post their picture and say, hey, does anyone have any red flags? And the things that come up on these are wild. Like, people will come out of the woods and say, I have a restraining order on that person. Here's a screenshot of him talking to me last week.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, it's I think like the women ally thing or asking for a female friend reference, isn't that crazy? Like, I think
Yeah, if you could do it the right way, I suppose.
Correct.
Yeah. But like, if you're asking like the guy to, hey, I need a female reference, I guess maybe if he's dumb enough to give you like his ex that hates him, like most of the time he's going to give you somebody that's going to say, like, when's the last time you applied for a job, they asked for a reference, and you're like, yeah, let me put this job that I was the worst employee at as my reference. You're going to put somebody that's going to say something good about you.
Yeah, I would think it'd say good thing about you, but I do feel like you could still get some truth out of that woman. I mean, I would if they were asking about like my brother, who I love. I'd be like, well, he really likes his routines, and there's like things you could say that you'd be like, this isn't a negative. This is just like a heads up, like about this person.
Yeah, I can see that. Or if it's like somebody where they're like, oh, they're more of an introvert and they like staying in. If you're somebody that likes to go out and do things all the time, maybe it's not going to be a good fit.
Was this story thrown in here because Emily was in? Great Dane gave birth to a record-breaking 15 puppies. Jesus.
Is that crazy? 15 Great Dane.
Because Great Dane puppies are pretty large, aren't they?
They're huge.
Comparatively.
Yeah, they're huge.
That's what I thought. So 15, this girl was carrying around 15 huge puppies in her gut.
Damn, a lamb.
That's amazing. That is what an amazing story that is. We do have to take a break. Be right back. More news coming up right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Egert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it.
Fog, mainly cloudy with sunny breaks at times. A high of 60 today. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 44. Then Friday, areas of fog, partial sunshine develops with a high of 65 tomorrow. So 60 today, 65 tomorrow. Partial sunshine, 57 on Saturday. Partly to mostly sunny and 58 on Sunday. So the next 4 days look really, really good. Partly cloudy. It is 50 degrees right now. So Gelfand, is it like, does it feel nice out?
You know, it's what people used to call Native American summer.
No, that's right.
I don't know why they called it that.
You know, the Indian summer deal?
Yeah, I don't know what that was really about.
Was it the colors? Is that what it was?
Maybe. I don't know. I never did understand it, but it is beautiful out there.
It is gorgeous. The weather's been pretty damn good, no question. And they did start to bitch about it on the news a little bit locally, but it's like, you know, it's at least 2 degrees warmer than this time. It's 2 degrees. Calm down.
Yeah, wait. Well, this will be like 15s. And you know what? We might as well enjoy it.
I agree. Why not?
Yeah.
This is all caused by the Eastern Hemisphere, not our fault.
No. Well, yeah, I guess mostly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, it's true. You got 7 billion people living over there. You're kicking out a lot of crap.
No, global warming is our fault. That's what I've always.
That's what you've always heard. Exactly. We have 1/7 the population they do, but no, actually, it's not that low. But it's nowhere near as many as they got. I guarantee. What do we got? Like almost 2 billion in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah.
7.5 or 7 billion in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know. We'll just try to keep working forward. But yeah, everything now is, oh my God, if you open up that Diet Pepsi, it's going to cause global warming. Settle down.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, the more people there are, the more people who listen to us.
Yeah, see, until they die from global warming.
Yeah.
You horn tootin'. Yeah, that stuff. I don't know. I just love it. It's one of those things again. I'm an expert on global warming. Oh, are you? How are you qualified for that? Explain to me. Well, I read a lot about it. Oh, so that makes you an expert, does it?
Well, I mean,
okay.
I like science. I like reading about science.
Mhm.
I understand that I know very little. So I just look at the opinions of people who have spent their whole life studying it, and I'll give it to them.
Unless they're lying to make money.
Well, I mean, if they're working for, say, Exxon, I probably won't believe them.
You're probably not going that route.
No,
I can see that. So, Mike, how's the Jew-Hamas thing going?
Well,
that's a good way to put it, isn't it? Kind of a light tone.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you really eased into
really
that one.
danced around.
Yeah. You went right to the heart of it, I think, is really more
Right
like
to the heart of it. That's exactly right.
It's depressing. But the only thing that encourages me is that there are some voices of reason somewhere out there. And it's not much good can come from decapitating babies.
I gotta agree with you on that one. I'm not big on that.
But I also think that this gives people a terrifying, which is, of course, it's all about terrifying.
It is, yes.
But maybe a better perspective on what happens. It's funny because we keep talking about compromise on this show.
Mhm, yes.
And this is just one more indication of what happens when people refuse to compromise.
That's exactly what it is, Mike. We've been talking about that. You and I have been talking about that together for about 35 years.
Yeah. And more so lately, because it's everything we read about goes to that very heart.
I just don't understand why people want to have such far right and far left beliefs that you can't agree with anything the other side says. I don't get that.
Yeah. The thing about compromise in this case is it's like compromise or die. So that should be an incentive.
You would think so.
But then again, we're not there. So I mean, that's just a perspective of someone who's not really involved in this thing, except for the fact that the hate that's spewing from this will touch all of us.
It will. There's no question. First of all, because I know a lot about this, but I didn't dig really deep. Is this about a belief in God?
Oh, it all goes back to that.
I thought so. Yeah. So my God is better than your God.
Right. My God wants me to be here, and your God wants you to be somewhere else. That's basically.
How can they believe, Mike? How do they believe that?
I don't know. I just don't know. I never understood it. I still don't. But that's. I think when it comes time to talk about politics, about territories, about all these things, what you really ought to do is just set God aside for a minute.
Yeah.
God has its place. Don't get me wrong.
Greater good. That's wonderful. No question about it. Who doesn't like a greater good?
Right.
No doubt about it.
But don't drag Adonai, as the Jewish people say, into this conversation. It's not helpful.
Still one of the greatest songs ever written.
What's that?
Baruch atah Adonai. What's the matter with you, boy?
Kinky Friedman.
Kinky Friedman.
Yeah.
And the name of the band?
And the Kinky Friedman. I don't remember.
Kinky Friedman. This is their real name. Don't look at me like that. You're very judgmental.
His name is Kinky, or her name is Kinky Friedman.
Kinky Friedman.
Yeah, Friedman. I think Friedman is probably his real name.
You ready?
I don't know about Kinky.
Yeah.
You ready for the full name of the band?
Yes.
It's a real name too. Kinky Friedman and the Texas Jew Boys.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Very popular.
They're very popular.
Yeah, his popularity took a nosedive when he decided he was going to become a politician.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah.
Bad idea.
Bad is a bad. But that didn't last long, did it?
Well, I don't think the voters really took to him at all.
So I'm asking this to everybody on the show. I know that Andy and AJ are talking right now, and they're switching, but the rest of you on the show, why can't we see that if there is a God, and maybe there is, I don't know, I would hope so, there's a greater good, that'd be a good thing. Why can't we see then that it'd be better if we did get to know one another and get along as well as we possibly could? Why can't we get there?
Because I guess because there's a certain part of most human beings that is pretty territorial.
I guess, but to the point you're wiping out babies, cutting babies' heads off.
That's what happens. I don't know. It's I mean, even religions, within religions, people can't get along.
No, they can't.
It's like it used to be when I grew up, people were Lutherans. Well, what kind of Lutheran are you?
That's right.
And I'm growing up on Cretan Avenue in St. Paul, if you were Jewish, you were Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like, okay, Orthodox, conservative, Reform.
Oh, no, you're right.
So every religion splits up into sects.
Told you when I was 16 years old, I met this girl working at Donaldson's, garden room at Donaldson's.
Oh, a garden room.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So
I get a pretty cheap lunch there.
Absolutely. So I was 16 years old, and I thought, well, I'd like to maybe take her to a movie or something. And so I went down. She lived in South Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. And I walked up and I knocked on the door, and her father answered the door. And he said, I have to ask you a question. I said, what's that, sir? And he goes, I heard from the Stanley family across the street that you're a Catholic. And I said, that is correct. He goes, well, we're Missouri Synod Lutheran, and shut the door.
Oh, yes.
Dang.
I had
I'll never forget it.
I had a thing for this girl in high school, and we liked each other. We hung out. Everything was great. And then one day I came over to her house to pick her up, and her father took a look at me, and then he just started just went after me. Let's put it that way.
He did?
Yeah. I didn't have to tell him what religion I was from.
No,
and I wasn't religious, but he knew. After all, I can't hide it. And and things were. It was really ugly, actually.
So was she a Christian?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of Christian? Do you know?
Oh, she was Catholic.
Oh, she's Catholic?
Yeah.
See, that's kind of weird because Catholics and Jews tend to get along much better than that.
Well, and growing up in St. Paul, yes, because we
North
had to.
Minneapolis.
I mean, we were either going to go.
Yes.
It was either going to be war or peace, you know.
Mhm.
And the idea was, this is a long time ago, but the idea was it was impolite to discuss religion. You know, we had ours, they had theirs.
Yep.
And I mean, I asked my parents about it one day, and they said, yeah, it's not polite. And I said, why? And they said, well, because it leads to a lot of bad things, and because nobody's going to convince the other one that they're right and the other one's wrong.
My favorite memories of religion. Did you want to make a statement?
Oh,
first?
no.
I can wait.
Oh no! I was just like, because I was saying, you can't really prove that. Oh, you're right and I'm wrong. The only way you're going to find out is once we all die.
Yeah,
we'll figure out who was right and who was wrong.
Yep, pretty much.
But why would God hate an entire group of people? That makes no sense.
It goes against like the teachings of like every religion, because they're all essentially like, hey, be nice to everybody else and do good things. But then now you're going to use your religion to go behead babies or commit heinous crimes. Is wild.
It's insane.
It's somewhat out of hand, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just a little bit.
My mother's brother, one of her brothers, and I can't remember. Is it called Chaldean Christian? They're way over the top Catholics. There's a branch, a branch of the Catholic religion that's way out there. And he decided that's where he wanted to go because my mother was raised Catholic.
Plus, you
Father was
probably
raised-
wanted to be on the Supreme Court one day.
Yeah, probably. That's probably true. He calls my mother and goes, look, I know I've talked about this and you don't really like the idea, but could you just come to one of our services? I think you'd really love it and you'd understand me better if you came to one of our services. And I think it's called Chaldean Christian, but I'm not sure.
Chaldean Catholicism is a thing.
Yeah, that's okay. Chaldean
It's
Catholicism.
basically like Middle Eastern Catholicism.
So why would he, if the family's from Germany, why would he follow that religion?
He probably didn't.
Oh, you think he just made it up?
No, I think you're remembering it wrong.
Oh, no. This is how it went.
Oh, well, there are, basically 0 Chaldean Christians who aren't in some way from the Middle East.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe he met a woman or something.
It could be.
But I do remember her telling me, because she went to one of the services, this Catholic, Chaldean Catholic services, and she said, Tom, they threw me out. And I said, why? I have to remember my mother had a very deep voice for a woman. So what do you mean they threw you out? She said, well, and she always used to say, well, too. Well, we were at the service and all these people started jumping up and down and wiggling their fingers.
Oh,
and
it's Pentecostals.
Pentecostals, I
I think you're
guess.
thinking of charismatic.
Yeah.
Charismatic Catholic.
There
I
you
think
go.
you're absolutely right. Charismatic Catholic.
So is there a difference between I know that the Pentecostals are considered to be charismatics.
I believe,
So
that's
that's what this is.
charismatic
You're
is like a umbrella term.
Okay.
Yeah. I
So
think.
here's my favorite. So they're doing the hand signals and they're speaking in tongues. She had all these people start speaking in tongues, all the rest of it.
That's definitely charismatic.
That's charismatic.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was charismatic Catholic. So I said, well, why, what went wrong? She said, well, I'm sitting right in the middle of all this and they're all jumping up and down and they're waving their hands and they're speaking in tongues and they're doing all this stuff and they're all doing it. And all I said was, what the hell?
Natural response.
Natural response, like, what the hell are you people doing? But they threw her out because she said, what the hell?
I believe it. I almost got thrown out of a church once. Like I was at I think it was a Lutheran church, and it was like whatever, big, beautiful church, and it had in like the pews what I thought was a footrest. And so I would sit down,
Oh God,
kick my feet up, and the entire row is just looking at me. First of all, like only black guy in this church. And, and then my friend like kind of nudges me. He's like, hey, that's the prayer kneeling board that we use. Like, don't put your feet on that. I was like, my bad. Let's put that back up. Yeah.
And they had just assumed you because you were black, you were Baptist.
Oh yeah. That's
Just a
right.
given.
I
Like,
would.
Exactly. So there you have it. Isn't that interesting? I mean, Mike, we've been talking quite a bit about this morning. The fact that you have a God and I have a God, which should be a good thing, but you have the wrong God.
Yeah.
What?
Well, and it's okay to be somewhat pragmatic about it.
Mhm.
My friend David Kalachi, his dad was a priest in Italy.
What?
Yeah.
How can you have a kid when you're a priest in Italy?
Well, you can't.
I didn't think so.
And that's why he came to America.
Okay.
So he hits the ground running in New York, and he becomes a Pentecostal.
Ooh.
And so, but that didn't really work out. Came to Minneapolis, and he became a Lutheran. Wound up being a professor at Augsburg for like 40 years.
Really?
Yeah.
So he became a Lutheran.
Yeah.
Why did that fit so well?
Well, especially if it well at Augsburg, I can tell you that much. But it's just, he just kind of went with the times and reacted to his environment. And he was a great guy, really a wise guy. And I really liked him. But he was just, he didn't see religion as something that you were born to be part of. And I think that,
I would agree with him on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that in another era, in another time, another place, I know I'd get along with the Lutherans very well. I like the Lutherans, not the Missouri Synods.
That's different.
Yeah. But I mean, this Jesus thing isn't bad. I mean, if you're looking at a mythology,
Seems like a nice guy.
No, I mean, it's all about mythology. And if you embrace that mythology, it makes total sense to me.
Why do people need that is what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why do you need to have such hateful, deep beliefs? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to believe in God and want to believe in a religion, God bless you. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I hope there's a God. That'd be great.
Yeah.
But I hate you because your God wears a different shirt than mine. What?
Well, and, it goes back to the beginning of this country, too, where, we were the city on the hill.
Yeah.
And there's this belief that God wanted America to rule forever. And how did that get into politics?
Based on what?
Nothing.
So they just assume that because it was a new country that we're the best country of all time. So we'll tell everybody else how to do it.
But I don't think that was the assumption of the founding fathers at all.
I don't think it was either.
I think it was just bastardized.
So why did it happen?
Because people want to feel superior.
So they got to an area which was not, heavily populated and decided, hey, I can rule my little square mile here with my own beliefs and religion.
Well, and as I say, I mean, that wasn't the founding fathers were mostly deists.
Yeah.
Which basically, I mean, there's a lot of things about being a deist, but to me, the main thing is, it's like, I mean, there might be a God, and that's cool. And God, undoubtedly, God created the heavens and the earth. But after that, you're on your own.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Is there solidly a greater good and a greater bad?
Well, we know there's a greater bad.
I kind of knew you were going to answer it that way. We know there's a greater bad.
But I'm not sure the greater goods are winning right now.
Not right now. They're not.
No.
What is it about the human race that they just have to have an enemy? I've never understood that. Humans have to have enemies. Why?
I don't know. I do believe that for any civilization to progress, you do need to be able to go back and forth about whose idea is better. I mean, that's the Socratic method.
Yeah, that's good.
And the Socratic method is the foundation of everything, of democracy for sure.
God just shut off my camera. I didn't touch a damn thing, and my picture just disappeared. That's really, really weird. I don't know why that. Oh, there I am.
There it is.
There, he's got it back in.
And there's Brittany.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you never didn't see Brittany before?
No, I limited visual field.
Yeah, that's true.
But then I hate to look at the screen here where I see everybody, because when I see everybody, I see myself.
You don't want to see yourself?
True.
No.
You look good in that hat. What's wrong with that look?
Yeah.
You're right.
I think we have masking tape somewhere. You can just cover up that part of your screen.
Not a bad idea.
Just tape right over it.
Yeah.
Are you sincere about that? You don't like to look at pictures of yourself?
It's no. I guess I don't.
There are a lot of people like that.
I'm the same way.
Where
like
looking at yourself,
I feel like I'm hypercritical of myself.
Yeah.
Whether it's or listening back to episodes.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm like, I can't listen.
Oh
to
yeah,
this
it's tough.
It took me forever to
imagine
get
how
used
I
to that.
suffer through.
I know. I'm like, I don't know how our listeners don't just jump ship.
I know one thing about body image and other things is that when I get out of the shower after a nice steamy shower, I believe at that moment that God created steam.
Steam?
Yeah.
Just put up?
Yeah.
I understand your position. Absolutely. Why are there so many mirrors in bathrooms? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I know. One would do it.
Well, now it's mirrors cover an entire wall, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't either, Andy.
Oh, I once nannied for a family who they had a whole wall that was a mirror in one of their bathrooms, and you'd have to look at yourself while you peed. It was terrible. It was miserable. I'd literally like shut my eyes while I peed. I was like, this is not a time to be looking at yourself.
No. And I saw a commercial the other day for like some tape, and they were like, one of the uses you can like hang a mirror inside your shower. I was like, why on earth?
Why?
Steam up. You're not going to see anything anyway.
Exactly.
I mean, I have a very small mirror in my shower for shaving purposes.
Yeah, so does Justin.
In the shower?
But
I've never done that. Is that
I
good?
always have.
Well, I can't grow facial hair, so mine is just a quick
can't either.
electric shaver in the main mirror.
I got the patchiest beard of any living man.
And being very nearsighted from the age of, well, probably when I was born.
Probably.
When I learned very early, like at the age of 14, how to shave without looking into a mirror.
Oh, I suppose.
I used to. Yeah, when I just was clean shaven. Yeah, I just shaved by feel.
Hey, it's
no
not
problem.
that tough.
No.
Why is it that my beard is 5 different colors?
Mine is kind of 2 at this point.
Oh, it changed all of a sudden or something?
Well, it's got white in it now, or gray.
There's
White. So I've got gray, I've got red, I've got brown.
I got
3.
And I got black, and so there's one other. There's blonde,
Red?
there's black,
Something
there's
else.
red, I got 5 different colors, and it's patchy. I have open spots, and then other spots that grow a lot longer than.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Gross, Tom.
Explain it to me.
The thing about mirrors in bathrooms is, as far as I'm concerned, they serve no purpose unless you're going to have sex there.
Absolutely, something to watch while
Yeah.
you're busy.
Right.
I suppose that's probably true.
Something to watch while you're busy.
Yeah, you're doing that, but I need to be distracted.
It's like having the TV on.
Sure.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But I want to get back to that whole situation, because there are some articles nationally right now that McCarthy was thrown out, and then Jordan doesn't look like he's going to make it as speaker either, and some people seeing that as a sign, and I hope they're right, that Americans are getting sick to death of extreme politics on both sides, and they're going to do everything they can to get rid of those extremists, which I hope is true.
Well, you'd like to think so. I mean, the interesting thing about it is that you have this group of people stemming from the Newt Gingrich era, who came into politics with the belief that compromise is death.
And now
you never compromise.
And now the Democrats are doing it. They won't compromise on anything.
Well, in this particular situation, the Democrats simply do what they're supposed to do.
No, I agree.
They elect their own leader.
Yep.
And then the Republicans say, well, it's all the Democrats' fault. Well, no, I mean, if you're the majority party, then you get to pick the speaker. And
Yes.
but the thing is, if what they're saying is that Democrats should help to support, say, Jim Jordan, I mean, you got to be crazy. Most of these Republicans, most of them, the majority of these Republicans wanted to overturn the election. So you can't really ask a Democrat to join people who wanted to overturn the election.
But they've been wanting to overturn elections on both sides for the past 200 years.
That is true. I remember in 2000, the whole hanging
That was
Chads thing.
horrible.
God, they went on about that for years.
I mean, it's happened on both
Well,
sides.
I don't think there was anything to compare to January 6th.
I still don't understand why that was so severe. One person got killed, and she was shot by a cop.
Well, there were a number of people who died.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
Yeah, wasn't there like the security guard that?
No,
passed-
a couple people killed themselves like
Yeah,
many
a couple
days
killed
or
themselves.
weeks
Those
later.
were policemen mostly.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And then there were people who suffered terrible injuries. But the whole point is not really about death and destruction.
No, it's
either.
not.
It's about the idea that democracy isn't functioning. Those people
Well, it's not.
were brought there and told that democracy we're done with democracy essentially. Now we need a strong man, and that's where democracies go to die.
Do you think it's a good idea that America now is being run by billionaires and only billionaires?
No.
I'm not real happy about that.
No.
I mean, you look at him, this George Soros, how dare you do what you're doing?
Well, George Soros is for one thing, he's dying. For another thing, he has
well, his son's worse than he is.
He has like 2% of the family has like 2% of the wealth of Elon Musk. So if you're worried about billionaires, start with Elon Musk.
No. I'm talking about spending your money to change politics in America.
Well, they're all spending their money to
I don't
change
care if
politics.
someone's got $1 billion. I care if they use their $1 billion for the forces of evil.
Exactly.
Right. Well, if they do that,
and they're all
someone wants to buy a bunch of cars to store in a garage to gather dust for the next 1,000 years, then I guess that's on them.
Wealthy people have always done that.
Yes,
I don't know
they
what the
have.
fascination is. I think
I don't either.
I think a couple cars would do you just fine.
I just don't get you buy this car and you park it in a garage. You maybe take it out once a year tops.
Yeah.
I just it seems like a waste. You'd think that if you respected these things so much, you'd want them to be driven and used.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I could see classic cars and like older ones. Like if you had like whatever, a DeLorean that was from the Back to the Future or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, it's got a cool story. You put it in your garage, but
I like how your idea of an ancient classic car is from the 80s.
I know. Yeah.
It was the first. Point. It was the first car.
It's the oldest car you can think of.
Hey, that defines my car.
Yeah, it's very classic. Yeah.
Yep. My car is a child of the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still running.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think it's worth quite a bit because there's the little touches that it has that are unique, like the blue tape that's keeping the headlight in front.
Oh, that's
nice. On the car.
Yeah,
the Japanese call that wabi sabi.
Wabi sabi?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
It's beauty and imperfection.
Oh,
so there you go. There's your marketing term for you when you finally sell it.
You got all
this
your
car is mired in wabi sabi.
Well, my car it's mostly imperfection, but but no, you're right about beauty because it runs.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So we got to move on to a break here or whatever. Do you think we could ever realize that both parties are in a really bad place right now and move toward the middle so we could work together? Is that ever going to happen?
It's not happening now.
It's not happening
because
now, that's for sure.
The people who refuse to compromise with the other party now refuse to compromise within their own party, which is the natural. It's the natural manifestation.
They both refuse to work together. I've seen it for decades.
Well, they can't work together now. No,
I
agree
they
with
haven't
that.
my whole life.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe when we were very young, yes, they could. When you had,
maybe.
Those were the days. Those were the days when the majority people, the majority leader and the minority leader would get together for a couple of drinks after a day of arguing, and everything would be cool.
Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan couldn't have been further apart politically.
Yeah. But
they were great friends.
It ain't happening now.
But is it because it's a business now rather than politics?
Well,
it's been a business since the beginning.
Well, but I mean, it's really over the top now.
Yeah, but there was a time when there were limits as to how much money you could contribute.
Right.
Now you just buy a candidate.
Yeah,
that's what is happening across the board. You're just using all the money to buy the candidate you want.
Mm-hmm.
PACs and super PACs.
Yeah, we got to take a break here, I know, but there are some people, and I was just reminded by text message that I have a relative who has a relative.
Mm-hmm.
They're not my relative, but they're whatever. That believes that well over 200 people were murdered in the Capitol that day. That's why we have to be. Yeah,
I've never heard that.
Oh, he insists that over 200 people were shot to death in the Capitol on January 6th.
Oh, really?
I would say he's mistaken.
But yeah, I would too, to tell you. But that's what people want to believe.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly it. People believe now that what you believe is something that comforts you. So you decide what to believe.
Why would it comfort you that 200 people are dead?
Because it means you're unambiguously on the right side.
Oh,
yeah,
that's why. Okay, yeah, you're right.
But it's like any wartime atrocity propaganda. It's like the worse things you believe the other side does, the easier it is to stomach hitting them.
Yeah, that's true.
It's this flip side conspiracy theory stuff where no, these people didn't die of COVID. They died because of the vaccine they took for COVID. Mm-hmm. Now, how do you just totally flip the truth like that?
I don't know, maybe some people do die of it.
Well,
I don't know.
It
Maybe.
certainly is possible if you did.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
the idea that millions of people died from getting the vaccine, that's kind of out there. But people want to believe it. It comforts them.
But the problem is there was a scam on the other side too. I mean, everything is scammy on both sides now. Nothing can just be straight ahead. No question about, hey, look, man, we all took a massive punch from COVID. Financially, we took a beating from COVID.
Oh, no question.
So, I mean,
and the death was a pretty bad thing.
I have no question about it. How many people ended up? Where's the number now?
It's well over 1 million in this country.
Is it over 1 million?
Yeah, and remember in the early days of COVID, nobody rocked those death figures like the U.S.
Yeah,
people forget that. We had like a quarter in like 2021. I think we had probably 2020 for sure. We had like a quarter of the global deaths from COVID.
Yeah. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, the bat didn't get here from China soon enough.
No, and it looks like 1.1 million deaths from COVID
in America,
according to this website.
So that's in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean 1.1 million. Most of them elderly. Does it say?
It doesn't give me an age range, but I was
almost entirely elderly.
Yeah, that's what I understand, that the old people died of. Just sad. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I love the fact that I got injected twice and boosted 3 times, and I still got sick twice. It's like, damn it. I got COVID twice.
And then you get people that were like, yeah, I never wore a mask. I didn't get any vaccine, anything like that. Never got COVID.
I know. That's what pisses me off about it.
And I got all the vaccines, and I didn't get COVID. But unlike you, I was basically alone most of the time.
That's the number one way to not get a disease is just stay away from everyone.
Well, I will tell you flat out, and what caused all its problems at the queue and why I eventually left, because one of my coworkers was drunkard and a son of a bitch and right in my face, and I kept telling him to back up. Till finally the third time, that person coughed and spit in my face, and I said, "Would you back the F up?" They said that I attacked this person, that I was brutal to them. I was horrible. I got COVID 5 days later.
Right.
Thank you.
Even if you did attack that person, they coughed in your mouth. Like they
coughed
deserve
right
to get
in my
attacked.
face and from about 5 inches away. I mean, that's how, I guess that's the kind of decisions you make when you're drunk.
So, Brittany, why did you cough in Tom's mouth?
Here's the thing. I was just trying to experiment with how quickly a human could get COVID.
Could die right in front of me. We have to take a break because we have another appearance coming up from Kristen Burt, which will be cool. We'll be right back in a couple of seconds.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBarnardShow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of B&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Kristen Burt's with us. Oh, I like that, Andy. You got the women stacked up on the left. You got, damn it, we have to move Gelfand so we can say, well, all the minorities are on the.
Well, and you, of course, have the center square.
Mm-hmm.
Like a
That's
good
true,
game,
I do.
good
you
game
and,
show.
You and I do.
Yeah.
I'm the upper center and you're the lower center. So you and I will make all the decisions. Is that what you're saying?
I'm willing to share the power 50-50.
Kristen, last night, Catherine was asked by our daughter, Alex, whom you know, to watch her children so they could go out to dinner. Okay.
Okay.
I said, you know what? I'm kind of a little tired. I think I'll just stay home and watch a little television and then I'll just go to bed and everything will be good. I got through about 45 minutes and television, there was nothing on. So I drove over to my daughter's house and hung out with Catherine.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to watch TV every night.
Well, I know, but there's nothing even because I don't want to watch the shows that we watch together. There's a lot of great shows on TV, but Catherine and I watch them together. So I didn't want to watch any of those. So I tried to find some other things. There's some stuff that's not very good.
There's plenty for you to pick up and watch. And you know that. You just couldn't find something that you were in the mood for.
Well, I just didn't want to watch something that Catherine would enjoy as well.
Right.
You know, that's interesting. I mean, you get to a certain age, I guess, or you've been married long enough, and cheating on your spouse means watching a TV show when they are there.
That's about right.
I've got to confess you, honey. I don't know how to tell you this.
I watched Alfred Hitchcock without you. I don't think she watches Alfred Hitchcock, so that's what I did try. I watched an episode, but I've seen every Alfred Hitchcock episode about 15 times, so there's nothing new.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the way it is. I can't watch Twilight Zone anymore because I literally have seen those things 20 times.
I was subjected to that constantly when my kids were younger.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I mean, you know, the marathon, every year they had to watch the marathon.
Isn't that on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think you're right about that. Yeah. So what's new on your end, sister?
Is everyone enjoying their price hikes on Hulu and Disney Plus and Netflix? They've all gone up. So you'll start seeing that reflected in your bill.
Got the email yesterday from Netflix saying, hey, we're going up. They got like one more price hike and then I'm out.
Really? Is it that? Well, Fubo, Fubo, I think it's called Fubo.
FUBU, the clothing company?
No,
it's TV.
It's a television. FUBO.
FUBU is Fubo.
Yeah, you said Fubo, it's Fubo.
People have said that to me many times.
Fubo.
You foo?
No, just FUMG.
Yeah, FU. That's true. FUMG.
Fubo is the TV. Fubu is the clothing line.
Fubu's clothing and Fubo is TV.
Yeah.
Yep. Whatever the hell. Who cares? If you get premium now on Fubo, it's like $130 a month.
What?
For Fubo?
The ultimate, I think there's the choice, and then there's a great choice, and then there's the best choice. But beyond best choice, there's this very special choice, and it's like $130 a month.
Are you paying for like a full type of cable package with them?
I think they've got everything on Fubo now. That's what I think. You're absolutely right.
That seems real. I mean, that just sounds like you might as well go back to Spectrum or Time Warner Cable or whatever everyone had back in the day. Yeah, I don't subscribe to any of those. I literally just have sort of like Hulu here and Disney Plus there. You just kind of like piecemeal it all together. But I have a feeling people are going to start making very strategic decisions as these subscription prices go up, because it's not sustainable for people to have 10 subscriptions. And it's also a sign that possibly some of these channels will eventually merge together, because they're not going to have enough subscribers in the long run.
Is Hulu the biggest one right now?
Netflix is still the king.
Oh, they are still. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we watch a lot of stuff on Hulu, on Netflix. Amazon Prime doesn't have as much as I thought they would. They got a couple of good things, but they don't have, their programming's not all that great, actually.
It goes in waves, I feel like, with
It
Amazon Prime Video. And I think a lot of us just have Amazon as a default because we like the free shipping with the service, which is such a weird, I mean, if you really think about this, you're a Hollywood studio who also will like mail you your deodorant for free.
What?
You order deodorant, you get free shipping because you've subscribed to Amazon Prime.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
I buy a lot of stuff on Amazon because my cat likes the boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I could see that.
The best cat toys out there in the business.
Oh, yeah.
Is the Amazon box.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. And by the time your cat shreds one, you undoubtedly have another one.
Oh, yeah. I remember one year, it was before Amazon, actually, but we, for some reason, had a bunch of shipping boxes. I decided to like tape and cobble them all together into like a little fortress for the Jack Russells.
Yeah.
And they love that thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they love going in and out of that old deal. So the big ones are Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime. Paramount is getting better by the day.
Yeah, Paramount is one that I would keep side-eyeing, because I have a feeling, even though it's doing very well with all the Taylor Sheridan shows, I have a feeling that one will eventually merge at some point with another network. Peacock would be another one that might merge. I mean, Peacock is weird because it becomes a destination spot every 2 years with either summer or winter Olympics for people. So if NBC can have a very successful situation with the upcoming Paris Olympics next year, it might save the network, but we'll see. Because it didn't do that well with Tokyo and Beijing, because they were COVID years and people weren't super excited to watch athletes in a bubble compete. But I think Paris will be their big coming out party, and will also help determine what happens with Peacock in the future.
I read an article, and I can't remember where the hell it even was. It wasn't some, far left or far right publication, but apparently NBC has like 2 shows that people watch and nothing else. They literally listed it as the worst available channel is NBC. Peacock, it is actually. But apparently they got extremely political. I don't watch a lot of Peacock, so I didn't know. Like I said, I watched Poker Face and I watched the longer episodes of The Office.
The Office. I think a lot of Bravo fans use that as a destination point. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and they had a big success this past spring with the Scandival that we talked about ad nauseum earlier this year. But a lot of people went back and watched prior episodes of things like Vanderpump Rules to get there from season 1 and catch up all the way up to season 10.
It doesn't make any sense to me if you own a channel and you take it very, very conservative or very, very liberal. Why would you do that? Why don't you offer your product to everyone, not just people who agree with you politically? That makes no sense to me.
Well, I think with news, there's a landing point for everybody. There's people who want one point of view. There's people who want another point of view. And then there's people who want just straight news. So I think that's why we have that choice. And I think that's really what it's about. It's about choice and all of that. But CNN is going to have a streaming channel on HBO later this year. So that'll be an interesting aspect to see what happens, especially as we round into the 2024 presidential election.
Now, will it be HBO or will it be Max?
It's Max, of course.
What is it? But there still is an HBO on.
There's an HBO if you subscribe to cable. I don't know anyone who subscribes to cable anymore, honestly. So it's just that aspect of Max to me is still HBO.
I like HBO because I know that on any given night, there's at least 2 different HBO channels that allow me to watch Say Anything.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, maybe
what could be better?
Maybe they should move on from that.
It might be time. I remember I got HBO in 1977. I think it came out. That was about right, wasn't it? 77, somewhere in there.
Oh my God. How much money was it then?
I would have said like early 80s, but it could have been late 70s.
Andy, would you check out and see when HBO first popped on? Because I was living right across. This was a brilliant choice.
72.
72.
72?
God,
what
I knew it was a
says.
70s.
That's
but I didn't know it was that old.
astonishing. Because
November 8th, 1972.
Oh, the day after my birthday. What do you think of that?
Huh.
Happened to be my 21st birthday.
Where could you in 1972? Where could you have viewed HBO? That doesn't even make any sense because it was all.
It was the very first cable channel.
I think it was mostly just New York at the time, and it
In
became
72.
but it became national. It looks like by 75.
Yeah, so it was 77, about 76, 77 what I'm talking about. And I was the only one that had cable TV. Like, what do you mean cable TV?
Oh, yeah.
They had no idea what the hell that was.
My parents said our neighborhood wasn't even available for cable TV until the late 80s.
Yeah, well, that's one reason that I moved when I was in my 20s to St. Louis Park, because they were like one of the first suburbs to have cable.
Yeah, that's where I lived.
And it was
in
great.
St. Louis
And
Park.
I'd say, hey guys, you got to come here. The putt-putt tournaments on ESPN. That's the kind of programming
All
they
right,
had.
They did. You're absolutely right. And-
Yeah, I mean, it was fabulous.
okay, make a guess why I moved and where it was that I moved in St. Louis Park. Where did I move to?
We're in St. Louis Park.
We're in St. Louis Park.
Boy, it's a pretty,
This is easy. If you know me forever.
I remember the house you had in St. Louis Park.
This was an apartment though. In 77, it was an apartment.
Okay, 77 apartment. I don't know.
Very easy, Mike. You know me.
What's-
These other people might not even know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm starting to get a
assumed-
clue.
I assumed back in 77, St. Louis Park was still all like cornfields and
No.
forests.
But I could walk to the Lincoln Dell.
I was going to say, like, I could see you like maybe across the highway there.
Yeah, that's exactly where it was, right across the highway from the Lincoln Dell.
So you were
man.
in one of the booby apartments, as we
Yes.
called them.
Yes, I was.
That means old Jewish woman.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember
Absolutely.
going into those apartments when I was a paper boy when I was a kid, and you open the door and it's like you'd be attacked by this wave, this horrible aromatic wave of schmaltz.
Oh yeah.
And schmaltz is not a pleasant thing.
No.
No, it's like
not.
it'll overpower. It's sort of like the onions in White Castle hamburgers. All you have to do is be near someone who's cooking with schmaltz, and you'll have to like burn the clothing you're wearing.
I got to tell you a very quick story. Jeff Passel. Now, Chris, you know Jeff Passel, right?
Yes.
He used to be on KQ. You guys, everybody knows Pass.
Of course.
He signs on with KQ many, many years ago. So the very, very first time, because I knew his brother, I knew Jeff from before too, because we played football together. But for very first, he signs on with the Q, and he's going to be my news guy, my sports guy, all that stuff. This is after Rosen left, right? So I take him to the Lincoln Dell. And Pass, even though he played football with me, we didn't, socialize a lot. So he knew me, but not the whole me. So we're sitting there, and Jeff is on channel 11 at the time, I believe. This is before he went to channel 9. And we're just sitting there, one of the booths there, right, looking out the big windows.
Oh, yeah.
Loved it. And this old friend of mine, and I mean old friend of mine, he's on crutches, the whole deal. He's about probably 80. I've known the guy, though, for my whole life. About half of his life at that time. So he comes ambling over, and he's going very, very slow because that's how he moved. That's how he had to move. He got closer and closer and closer. And he gets up to the booth table and he goes, Tom, I had to come over, and I've never met Jeff Passolt. And I looked up and I said the whole word, not just, I said the whole word, not just I looked up and I said, why don't you F off? I thought Passolt was going to have a heart attack. I'm swearing at an 80-year-old guy. And then I said, no, he's my friend. I was just kidding. The look at his face he was in horror.
White as a ghost, I imagine.
He thought he was going to get reported or something. Did you ever go to Lincoln Dell when you lived here, Kristen?
I didn't.
You didn't. No, Brittany, you're not old enough to have gone to the Lincoln Dell.
No, but you went to Mort's.
Oh,
I did.
Mort's. Yeah.
And it's on video.
Mort's was good.
Was Mort similar to Lincoln Dell then?
Yeah, some ways.
In some ways, but can we still find that video online?
I don't know. When we did the Mort's commercial, we had to do take after take of me biting into this giant sandwich, and I've never been so full in my life.
It was just great.
They didn't have you use a spit bucket?
No. Oh God.
Oh,
No.
that's what in food commercials. When you take a bite, you're supposed to then spit it out.
Yeah. Well,
Just
No,
eat it.
I'm eating that sandwich.
Seriously.
Well, I mean, I was like the poorest I'd ever been and 20 years old. So it wasn't like the worst thing at first. And eventually, and then they let me take all the leftovers home and I was in heaven for like a week.
And, I think that basically we didn't need to do all those takes of her trying to fit that huge sandwich in her mouth. Because, the food was just like all over the table.
Sure.
I would never have been able to get it half of it. But I think maybe we had her to do all those takes just because we were just kind of messing with her a little bit.
Yeah. And I was not mad. It was such good food. So if the Lincoln Dells like Moritz, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Moritz is now closed.
I know. It's been closed for years.
Yeah.
Sitting there empty.
Well, it's been closed and then open and then closed.
Yeah,
They went through like about 6 different ownerships before finally everybody just said, this ain't going to work.
What an absolute honor it was when the family opened Moritz Deli and they named one of the sandwiches the Toots after my mother.
That's so cool.
That's
They named
great.
the sandwich after my mother.
What was
so
it, like
wonderful.
turkey and sauerkraut? Something like that?
I don't. I wouldn't. My mother was weird, so yes, it probably was. But yeah, that was such an honor. I'd looked up there and see my mother's name, her nickname on the. That was very nice of them.
Yeah, they named a sandwich after me. It was called the Disconsolate.
Disconsolate. That's a good thing.
Mhm.
Was it tasty?
I don't know. I was too depressed to eat it.
I am so sick of feeding you lines. I can't even take it anymore. But So what else is going on, Kristen Bird? Anything in Hollywood we should know about?
I think everyone really needs to brace themselves because I know we've already talked about Jada Pinkett Smith's memoir and we've talked about Britney Spears' memoir, but the celebrity memoir is the new celebrity podcast. So we've got John Stamos has one coming out next week, the same time as Britney Spears, which probably is the worst timing for book sales. Henry Winkler the week after. The week after that, you've got Barbara Streisand and her 1,000-page memoir.
Whoa.
So
That
I'm
tells you
guessing
something about her ego, doesn't it?
Just a little.
Well, she's been writing it for like 2 decades. So I think that this is, and it was Jackie Kennedy, just to go back like to how long ago this was greenlit. Jackie Kennedy, when she was working, she was Jackie Kennedy Onassis, of course, and working in the publishing industry. She's the one who greenlit Barbara Streisand's memoir. That's how long she's been working on it.
Well, we had a saying in the journalism business that if I'd had more time, I would have written a shorter story.
Love that.
And she had 20 years to edit.
A great deal.
But I'm really curious because a lot of these particular memoirs that are coming out this fall were obviously greenlit during the pandemic, but now we have a strike. So I'm wondering if we're going to have a wave of like the next year or two of more celebrity memoirs because it's an easy way to make some cash quick.
True.
Yeah. And the thing about memoirs is a lot of people discovered this, probably going back 30 years. That the beauty of memoirs is you don't have to have anything in there that's actually true.
That's true. Do you guys know the story about Barbara Streisand's sister and her father? You ever heard this story? My heart just hurt when you brought up her name. Every time I hear her name, I think of this. This is years ago, it was reported that the 2 girls, I can't remember Barbara Streisand's sister's name, but what doesn't matter. Let's say her name was Brittany. There you go. So it was Brittany and Barbara Streisand. The father is sitting in the living room on the couch, and the girls both walk in, and he looks up and he says to Brittany, honey, I got to tell you something. I'm so proud to be your father because you're such a beautiful young woman. You should probably become a model. And he looked at Barbara and goes, Barbara, you're just not good looking enough. To his own daughter.
I have interviewed Barbara Streisand in person, and let me tell you, she is stunning.
Yeah.
Is she really?
She's beautiful.
I mean, some people maybe, the Aryan species maybe can't get over the nose. That's all I'm saying.
But I think like her nose makes her so unique. Like I think her profile is beautiful. It fits her face. She didn't like succumb to the Hollywood pressure of changing her nose. I love that.
Right. Okay. I'm still pissed off at her for her version of Jingle Bells. Okay.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. I was like,
yep.
Back off.
I think it was part of the plot to destroy Christmas. You remember that?
That's what I'm thinking by all the Jews.
There was a war against Christmas.
I knew it.
Sure. Yeah.
It was a given.
Every year we fight that war and every year we lose.
because I called her up and I said, your father was right. You're just not good looking.
As she sits there atop her Malibu bluff on her compound with her shopping mall in her basement. Give me a break. She's doing just fine.
And what about her sister, though?
Yeah, what is her sister doing? I wonder what she is doing. Because she never became famous. I know that.
She wasn't a fashion model, I don't think, was she?
Oh, she wasn't good looking enough, apparently.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Better looking than Barbara, but not that good looking.
No.
Her name is Rosalind Kind.
Rosalind Kind. And what does she do?
Actress and singer-songwriter.
Oh,
she's a half sister of Barbara Streisand.
Oh, it's a half sister. Okay. Is there a picture of her?
Sure, yeah.
Maybe she's married to Richard Kind.
Could be.
Great
No,
actor.
she
I
is.
thought you'd be in the phone book. Your name is Kind Dick.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, she's the maternal half sister, so she has a different father.
Oh, so he was praising somebody else's daughter.
Well, and then he's being rude to Barbara, who's not even his child. So that's rude.
Yeah. That's amazing.
And Kristen, you mentioned the strike briefly. So I saw that George Clooney and Tyler Perry met with whoever, the SAG, whoever they're negotiating with. Did anything come from that? Are we expecting a resolution, or is it still kind of at a standstill?
So this happened. There was a Zoom meeting with a bunch of A-listers, as you mentioned, George Clooney, Tyler Perry, Scarlett Johansson, Ben Affleck was there. They're really asking, Duncan Crabtree Ireland is our lead negotiator for SAG-AFTRA, as well as Tom, since you're a union member. But they, said, hey, we need to really start finding a resolution to this strike. They're asking the AMPTP to come back to the table. Remember, they walked away October 11th, but they were trying to see if there's anything that maybe SAG could compromise on to really get those actors back to work, because we have the writers back to work. And ideally, you want to get the actors back to work before the end of the year. Can we get people back on set? Can we start cranking out a few episodes so that by the time we reach January 2024, there's new content coming our way? It is, as of right now, a $6 billion hit to the American economy with these strikes. And and I will tell you, restaurants have said business is easily 30% down because the writers and the actors were on strike concurrently. And a lot of people thought, since the writers were off strike, that it solved all the strikes. No, these were two separate strikes. And it's not good. And I think if a lot of the articles, if you're starting to read them in Variety and Hollywood Reporter, they're talking about people who have now demolished their IRA, their retirement funds, and help is hard to find. The entertainment fund, you can get X amount of dollars, but once they've given you that maximum, you've got to go elsewhere. And even survival jobs, they just don't pay enough for you to be able to pay your rent and mortgage in Los Angeles.
That's terrible news.
It is. And the sticking point, I think that they've come to an agreement on AI. It seems to be the streaming residuals that seem to be the key issue. And the streamers are all saying, hey, we can't afford this. And as the union is saying, yes, you can. We can see it here in the numbers. So we will see how this plays out.
The good news is that book club attendance has gone up 15%.
Really? Attendance?
Well, it's online mostly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Online mostly.
They're reading all those celebrity memoirs.
That's right.
Okay, judging the two women like Barbara Streisand's father did on this show, is if Brittany would wake up tomorrow, you could both be movie stars.
Oh, thank God. I was so worried.
Brittany's been sleeping the whole morning. I'm looking at her and she's like this the whole morning.
I've just been listening.
I really thought you were about to tell Brittany she's not pretty enough, and I was like, that's something.
Yes, I would do that to her. After 20 years, I'm going to tell her that.
That's not true. I mean, I feel like face for radio is a thing, and I'm fine with that.
You don't have a face for radio.
I don't mean it. No, now I feel like it's worse. I was totally joking. Now the weird you guys defending it feels worse. Please don't.
Way to go, my friend. All right. Another great report, I thought. So both of you get out there and star in movies or do whatever you do.
Yeah, I won't be starring in any movies. Don't you worry.
Why don't you act, by the way? If you live in
I can act. I can deliver information and news, but I can't deliver lines. I think they're two very different skill sets. And if you listen, sometimes when my husband will have an audition, because he sometimes has auditions, and I'll read and I'm like, I sound like a robot. There's nothing there. But if you ask me to deliver a copy about entertainment or even like a corporate video for something like that, I can nail it like nobody's business.
Nobody's business.
Like nobody's business.
I'm glad to hear it. Like
yeah, but
nobody's
asking me to act is pretty hilarious.
Glad to hear it. All right, both of you get to work.
See you later.
Talk to you later. We'll be back with the family in just about, well, actually, we're going to do a little segment, a little closing segment right after this break, and then we'll be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN fat loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You damn right it is. There's no question about it.
We have Brad with us.
Brad, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? I just woke up. Good to be here.
Okay, well, could you tell me all about that? I want to hear about just waking up.
I mean, it's going good so far. I got coffee going. I put the cat away for this. The cat wanted to be on the show.
There's nothing wrong with the cat being alive.
Yeah.
It was gonna be a lot, man.
Too loud
with those cats at all. He's behind a door yelling at me right now.
They're yelling at you right now.
Yeah.
What the hell? It all works out in the end. So where are you right now?
I'm in Detroit right now. That's
and
where
you're coming to town this weekend.
Free up Friday and Saturday in St. Paul.
Brad Wenzel will be at Laugh Camp, ladies and gentlemen. You said this Friday and Saturday.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure I got that right because, we like having people on. Now, you can be on with us because what we do, we've got about 3 minutes left of this show, and then we take a quick break and then come back for that whole entire 11 o'clock hour. So you're good with that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You stay as long as you want. I mean, you don't have to stay the whole hour if you don't want to. We always just take a quick break. We do a morning show first 3-hour morning show. We take a 5-minute break, then come back and do it. My family started a podcast together. Our son, daughter, my wife, and me 12 years ago. So we're just not letting that one go, man. Love it. We love it. So you said you're in Detroit?
Yeah.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, I grew up like 40 minutes from Detroit in Monroe, Michigan, and I started comedy in Detroit. And I was out in LA for a long time, and then I bought a house in Detroit this year, so now I'm living there.
So did you do acting when you were out in LA?
No, just stand up. I just
Stand up?
primarily do stand up. Yeah.
So that's interesting. Moved to Los Angeles to do stand. Was that because most guys move to New York to do stand up?
Yeah, it was I caught some breaks while I was in Detroit. A lot of the kind of New Yorky things you go there for. And then I was trying to get writing jobs too. So that was like, everything kind of just, I was planning on going to New York. And then just the way everything kind of unfolded, I ended up going to LA instead. That wasn't the plan originally. Or even if I was giving someone advice, I'd tell them to go to New York, probably.
I understand. Now, can you see us like we can see you?
Yeah, I can see you guys.
Did you see what Mike Gelfand is wearing?
Oh yeah, nice. You guys are you're all the size of a stamp to me. So
oh well, that's going to be a problem.
And for those who don't know, it's my Detroit Tigers baseball cap. And people ask me, it depends. I have two responses that I use depending on who's asking me. Sometimes people will say, "Hey man, how come you got the Detroit cap?" And I'll say, well, and there's an edge of hostility.
Sure.
So I say, well, the Twins, I mean, where would they be without the Tigers? And I just leave it at that. And but other people, they obviously are they don't have any opinion about it. And then I just tell them the truth. And I say, well, I wanted to buy a baseball cap, an official MLB baseball cap. And it just turned out that for some reason, the Tigers cap was the cheapest of all, which really isn't true. I like the insignia. I used to cover baseball. I've been to Tiger Stadium, the old Tiger Stadium, many times. Always enjoyed the Tigers game. So it's just about fond memories.
Now, Brad, we do have to take that break here, but you actually picked a perfect day to come on the show because we're sitting in here with a nice Jewish boy wearing a Detroit Tigers hat. There's an Italian, I'm sure he's got a gun on him, and then a nice black man in America today who is you're kind of keeping the peace because you're right between the two.
Yeah. I guess.
Otherwise, there'd be a skirmish.
There'd be a skirmish between LA Nick and Mike Gelfand. So just give us about 5 minutes, Brad. We'll be right back. We got the whole hour right after that. Okay.
Cool.
Thanks. Be right back.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Egert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel.
Welcome to the family with
LA Nick,
Mike Gelfand,
Andy Brant Bernard,
and our very special guest in Detroit,
Brad Wenzel. How's it going?
Brad Wenzel, ladies and gentlemen, is with us. Now, Brad, it's going to be an interesting deal here because basically we have 4 people on the show. In this particular lineup, there are 4 leaders of the show. So it's going to be a bitch to get anything in. I just want you to know.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here, man.
We're happy to have you. You've been to a Laugh Camp before?
This is the first time. I've been to Minneapolis many times, but Laugh Camp, this is the first time for that club.
Where did you work before?
The Comedy Corner Underground.
Oh,
and, Sisyphus Brewing.
Yeah.
They got comedy in their like back room there.
Yep.
And I've been to Acme here and there. I haven't like formally worked Acme, but I've been to the club before. And I opened for Louis Anderson a couple times years ago.
Yep,
like New Year's Eve, like a theater or something. So I've been there.
Is that your cat? That's the cat.
You got to go get your cat, man. Your cat's mad at you.
That sounds like torture.
Can you pick it up from me? All right, I'm just gonna let him out then, because this is
That's fine.
It's not even working. I'm gonna let him loose.
Yeah, don't torture the cat.
Cat's like,
sound like a dying baby.
It did.
Yeah.
I know. I'm envious because my cat does not know how to meow.
No, Nora doesn't meow either. Not really.
I got a Manx and he can talk.
Yeah. Ours, she'll be trapped in a room for like 6 hours and we'll have no idea.
I know. That's what happens when they can't talk.
Like, yeah, say something about it. Jeez.
Vocalize, damn it.
See, now you let the cat out. It's quiet.
Yep.
He's right here.
We got to see your cat. We got to check out. Oh, look at that cat,
Oh,
baby
yeah.
cat.
Big one.
What's the cat's name?
Noam, we call him Napkin sometimes.
Napkin?
Yeah.
Works for me. That's all I know.
Gets in your lap while you eat. It's napkin, baby. Yeah.
So that's why he's a napkin. Yeah, I can understand that. No question about it. So how is the comedy business doing? I mean, I ask a lot of people this because, you can travel again now, but for a few years there was a bitch to do that. You couldn't get that done. Comedy has changed quite a bit, or has it not for you, Brad?
It's definitely, I feel like it's sort of getting back to feels kind of how it was now. There are definitely like a lot of like places closed and stuff like that. But it's now, as of like this year, I feel like it's the most normal overall it's been since the pandemic. I would say you're touring and whatnot, and people are going to things pretty normally and stuff. So knock on wood, it seems to be getting back to normal. A lot of new rooms opened like January 2020. I feel like there was a lot of clubs who were like, well, we were open 2 months and then all hell broke loose, and now and they made it through that. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty normal, I would say.
One of the reasons I ask you that is because people because we've been talking a little bit about this on the morning show today, people's political opinions are so extremely severe right now.
Right.
Does that enter into your world at all, or do you just kind of brush that off?
Not really, because my stuff's so silly that it's like it would be pretty funny if people were getting all worked up about my like raccoon joke or whatever. But like once in a while you have I had a really benign like Trump joke that I don't even really do anymore. But that was only really specific places would people get like strange about that. But most of the time, if the joke was like a solid joke, people would just laugh either way. And
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I didn't have too much trouble with like that stuff. I think that also became like a kind of a culture war talking point at some point.
Yeah. Yep.
Where it was kind of making it out to be bigger than it was.
Good.
There would be like there was like a TV special about it, but a lot of the clips they were showing of like audiences gone wild. A lot of those clips were like from like 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
They were kind of bending over backwards to paint.
That's our media for you.
Yeah. That's kind of how it was. So I think that got inflated a little somewhat. There's definitely weird, people get drunk and there's problems, but honestly, it's more nowadays. It's more because the crowd work clips have become so popular, which is like fine. That's like just another way of like doing comedy. But because that's become so mainstream, some of the audiences are more rowdy, but only because of that, because they think that you want them to interject because they're like that's the most exciting part or whatever. And so that's become a little bit more of an issue than anything, of just people thinking they're helping when they're not.
Oh, God. I've seen comedy specials where literally half the special is like the comedian talking to one specific person in the crowd. It's like, okay, 5 minutes, sure, but you don't just spend half an hour riffing with this random guy in the crowd. It's,
Yeah. I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing, and
it's
that's
all of them now.
People are going for, but yeah, people don't want to burn material too, so they go. It's a way of not having to put out as many of your jokes, I suppose.
That's
but
true.
So, like, I can understand. I don't do it that much myself. Because that stuff will come up organically when you're on stage. If you're just doing your act, like stuff will just happen, so it's like you don't have to really go into the crowd that much. Like weird stuff happens all the time. Just people will react in a funny way,
The one thing I've observed when I've been to comedy clubs is it seems like generally the audiences are kind of apolitical, and they're not really there to hear about politics.
Not really. I think people just want to laugh and stuff, and you can do political stuff. It just has to have a punchline.
Yeah.
One thing that I love, Brad, is I've known Bobby Slayton for about 30 years, forever. I've seen him many, many times. I have never seen him when several people didn't get up and walk on him.
Oh, right.
Honest to God, it's always women.
They think he's going to be. They don't think he's going to be working blue. Is that it?
I guess I don't know what it is, but what's funny is you can hear it coming because she starts chirping at her date or her husband or whoever it is about how obnoxious Bobby is, and I can't do it. And then it gets louder and louder, and then all of a sudden she just gets up and leaves, and the boyfriend or husband just follows her out of the club. It's like, Bobby, what are you doing? Now he's doing Sketcher commercials, so he's making the big.
Oh, that's
guy.
right. I've seen that.
Yeah, he's doing tennis commercials. Yeah, tennis shoe commercials.
Very weird.
But you brought this up earlier too, Brad. We lost a lot of friends, man, because I know, tons and tons of comedians, but lost a lot of friends in that last 3-4 year period.
Yeah.
You mentioned Louis Anderson earlier on, of course, Gilbert Gottfried and Bob Saget, and there's so many of them. It's just really sad.
All from the same kind of class too.
Yeah.
All
back to back. It was, must be good stage time up there, whatever.
Yeah. All the old guard is kind of being shifted out at this point, it seems.
It's shifted out already.
Well, yeah, that is very true.
Well, you talk to young kids, they don't know who any of the people we know.
No, they don't. They have no idea who they are. That's very true.
And it also seems like, these people who've been doing comedy, been on stage for like 30 years, that takes its toll all by itself.
God, yeah. Well, not to mention the comedians we used to have in studio back when we had a full bar. And how not full bar it was by the time they left. It'll age you, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That lifestyle.
Well, yeah, because what are you going to do at midnight when you get off work?
Yeah, exactly. You're sleeping in until like noon.
Yeah. You're going to drink. That's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that is true, but what the hell? It all works out in the end, doesn't it?
Well, they did well for themselves.
You don't think it's going to work out in the end?
I don't think it is anymore.
Do you think it's gotten, because I was talking to Mike Gelfand about that earlier on the show today, and Brad, please do jump in here. Are we ever going to get to a point where we can move from the left and the right toward the middle and just kind of get along? Or
I think you got other problems now.
Like what?
Oh, there's all kinds of things coming into the mix.
Like what?
Well, the whole thing with the Middle East. Now you got different religions against each other. You got a lot of things coming into the mix. It ain't just left and right anymore.
And you can't really do Middle East humor.
No, you cannot.
No, it's
Middle East humor.
Too soon.
It's such a soup of mess right now.
Yes, it sure is.
I still don't understand how my God is better than yours. I've never understood that. It's like, what?
And I think some people are confused right now, especially people that are Jewish that were left. I think they're a little confused right now because the left media is going to turn on them, and they are, and they already are.
Mike, I got to ask you about that because I saw that last night on the national news. I never thought the national media would turn on Jews the way they have.
Well, I don't know what media you're talking about. I mean, I get my news mostly from the New York Times, and
you're safe.
Yeah, they're never going to turn.
You're safe for the New York Times.
Well, but they're also pretty. I mean, they're talking about a tremendous mix of opinions that people who read the New York Times are not just Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah.
They're not Zionists. They're not pro Hamas, if anyone is. It's so they cover pretty much all the angles anyway. They just cover the news. But then again, the New York Times has all the time they need to do that.
Yeah, true.
And it's just
the problem with the New York Times is what they don't cover.
Oh, they cover a lot.
They don't tell you a lot.
I hear a lot of people who say, well, how come the New York Times isn't doing this? And I'll say, well, it was on the front page today. But the people who are saying the New York Times doesn't cover stuff don't read the New York Times.
I actually do read the New York Times.
Well, that's good.
They don't cover some stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
In my
it's like anybody out there, they're all like that now.
But I did channel surf
Ziggy anymore?
What's that?
The New York Times, are they running Ziggy anymore?
Oh, I love Ziggy.
Ziggy. I used to. Back when Calvin and Hobbes was in the paper, that was one of the ones I always had to catch.
They still
they've fallen silent on Ziggy.
They need to bring the comic strips back. They've just died in the last decade.
I don't know if any of them exist anymore, technically.
Well, there's a few, but
print comic strips.
There's
It's so strange. You could do reruns even. You
Yeah.
know? Just put the date when they originally. I would enjoy that.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of people out there who are saying, "God, I just love Peanuts. I wonder what they're going to do tomorrow." And it's like, no, it's been 50 years now, but
then once again, kids don't look at newspapers.
No,
I
they
don't
do
look at
not.
newspapers. I haven't picked up a
No,
newspaper.
this for
I
us.
still do. Me and Nancy still read the paper. Yeah.
Brad, what were you saying?
I said that's for. I think the adults. I think it was the subtext was it was for adults to break up all the all the sadness and stuff and just be like, oh, so Charlie Brown. You know?
Well, good news. They're still making Ziggy.
Yeah.
You
You're still
can
doing
find them. Yeah, you can find it online. There's
and the other
there's
thing,
today's-
it's not really like a comic strip, or sometimes it is, but newspapers don't have cartoonists anymore.
No.
That was a staple of just about all newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, those newspapers got rid of 75% of their employees,
Right,
and one of the things they got rid of was the daily cartoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it is amazing to me that they are talking about getting. Well, we were just talking about it in the first part, talking about the fact that things like Peacock might just go away. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Look how much money they dumped into CNN Plus.
Yeah,
And
that didn't go well.
They never even went on the air.
What was that supposed to be? Because I remember reading about it. But I can't remember.
Just like Fox Nation, just different shows leaning left. Like Fox Nation does different shows. Like they took on the Duck Brothers. What are they called?
Duck Dynasty.
Duck Dynasty.
Oh,
so
did
they redo. Yep, they still make Duck Dynasty. It's called they Treasure Hunt, but it's the same family. They took on Cops. So they do Cops.
Oh, they did. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cops
Fox Nation.
Yeah, Cops is live every Friday's live on Fox Nation. So it's just a network like that where, but I don't know, CNN just didn't do it right.
Well, where CNN went wrong was they tried to be right down the middle, and they found out there's
That
not much
did
of an
not work.
audience for that.
No, that did not work. What was that guy's name? Chris
Licht, was it?
Chris Licht. I think that's right. Yeah.
And they had a lot of scandals with people who worked at CNN that didn't do them well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
The Comos, and Governor.
Oh,
Cuomo's
that's true. But
brother
he's got his own deal
and
now.
Don Lemon.
Don
They
Lemon,
all
yeah.
just lied, man, and they got caught.
Well, they all lie. That's all they
I know,
do.
but
is
these
lie.
guys really lied.
Well, there's lying is not something that's unique to any one cable channel.
No, that's
it's pretty much out there.
So in Detroit, do you have like one particular? I spent a lot of time in Detroit because I used to do a lot of voiceover. So back in the day, before online, I had to go wherever the commercial was being cut. It was New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Detroit, where you had to go to cut the spot.
The good old days.
The good old days of traveling. But I still think I've been told by people in Detroit. Do you know where the Top Hat is? The Top Hat bar?
No, I'm not familiar.
There's a reason you're not familiar, because guys that look like you and me are not allowed in there. I think I am the last white guy that ever went in the Top Hat in Detroit.
Is it still there?
That was many years ago though. So I don't know if it's still. Did you ever go there?
No, I've seen it outside.
You've
I
seen
didn't
the
go in though.
But say that
It's all magicians. You're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. But the funny thing about it was I walked in because I was like, yeah, whatever. And they actually thought it was very cool and bought me a drink. Because like, man, you get the balls to come in here. Here, have a drink. Good for you. Now, they didn't want me to stay very long. Don't get me wrong. I had to go right after that drink, but I will never forget that. I'm a big fan of Detroit. It does bother me though what the auto industry did to that town. It just not,
or rather the lack of the audio.
Well, yeah,
industry.
Downtown's actually pretty nice right now. They made it pretty. Yeah, they turned a lot of those old buildings into condos. It's pretty nice.
Well, the last I want to say 7 years or so, it's been kind of a steady. They're always working on stuff, and it's a really beautiful city, and there's still parts of it that are run down and stuff, but a lot of it is it's a cool place to be. I love being in Detroit and stuff.
My worst memory of Detroit was when I was covering the Twins, and the traveling secretary Howard Fox would put all the players and the media in not in great hotels, because he would book us into any hotel where he'd have the penthouse suite. That was his criterion. Yeah. So we were staying in those days at the Pontchartrain Hotel, which was I think
the Pontchartrain, sure.
The Ponch, yeah.
Yep.
And then of course it was right across the street from the Cobo Arena.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't want to be at the Pontchartrain Hotel when there was a Tool and Die convention at the Cobo Arena. It just didn't work out very well.
Why?
Well, it's just that, you could be pretty sure that whoever was in the next room would be drinking heavily until 5 a.m.
That's true.
That those people drank heavily and often and to great excess. And I just remember going into the hotel one day. I got to my room. It was probably the worst room in the hotel because Howard Fox didn't like me very much. And right next door at the end of the aisle there was a kind of like a mini ballroom, and the Tool and Die people were that was their hospitality room.
Oh, okay.
So I check in like about 4 p.m, and they're just getting started next door there, and there's a woman at the door, and she's taking people's name plates and things, and I said, "Gosh, so will there be people in here? Will they be coming in late at night?" She said, "Honey, we're gonna party all night long."
Well, that's a good thing.
And that's when I knew that I wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. But Howard Fox slept very well.
Oh yes, he did. Well, go ahead.
In the penthouse. Well, Howard just, his thing was mostly about hatred of me.
Hatred of Mike.
Yes.
I can sleep well.
He didn't like those stories I wrote
Mike.
about the team.
Oh, I go through that a little bit with myself, criticizing people. But my favorite of all time story about, flying into Detroit or flying out of Detroit, Kurt Vonnegut. Remember the great writer Kurt Vonnegut? He was flying out of Detroit one time, and I never forget him telling this story. It was a great story. But he hated it when he'd get on an airplane and people would recognize him because they would just talk to him the whole flight. And he wanted to catch a nap or do whatever.
That was back when people read books.
That's back when people read books.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. He said, "Tom, this is a true story." And Kurt's no longer with us, is he?
I don't know.
Is he still alive? I don't think he's still alive now. But Kurt said, "Tom, I got on an airplane in Detroit. I'm sitting in first class, and I had enough of this. Aren't you Kurt Vonnegut?" This guy sits down next to him in first class. He looks at me and goes, "So what do you do for a living?" And Vonnegut goes, "I'm in the tool and die business." The guy goes, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm in the tool and die business." He goes, "I'm the president of the union." Yeah, talk about tool and die for like 3 hours.
That's another thing Detroit has real nice right now is their airport. I was just in the airport.
Yeah, their airport.
Their airport's nice,
It
man.
is. It is.
I was just there this week. It's a really nice airport.
Kurt Vonnegut is
going there after this. I got to pick up my wife
16
from the
years.
airport, and then I got to go back tomorrow to fly to St. Paul.
Yeah, it's a nice airport.
Well,
It's simple.
I have a great memory of that airport because I was in the airport. We were waiting for our flight, and I was covering the Twins. And Howard Fox said, "Mike," he was from the South. If you don't catch the accent, which is
I thought it was a great Southern accent.
He said, "Mike, what you drinking, Mike?" And I said, "Oh, I'm not drinking anything." And I walked past him, and then about 10 minutes later, I was walking through the airport again, and he saw that I was drinking something. It was Coke, basically.
Sure.
And then right out of nowhere, he called me a 3-syllable name.
Why?
Because he said something like, with it, he said something, "So you're too good to get a drink from me. Is that right?"
Oh, God.
And I said, "That's correct, Howard."
How many times did the word Jew come up in his reference?
Only in private.
Only in
But
private.
there was that.
There was that. I
Who
know
knows?
that.
I mean, those guys. It was the Twins organization back in the Griffith days.
That was a different organization.
It was not like anything you'll see
different
today.
time period.
Yeah, and they were a relic then.
So, Brad, you grew up where?
Monroe, Michigan, like 40
Monroe,
minutes south of
40.
Detroit.
Okay, and do you remember what drew you to comedy?
Yeah, I was a big like comedy fan when I was a teenager, and I had an older cousin. He's like 6 years older than me, And he likes stand up too. So we talk about, you know, did you see this special or did you watch this guy and stuff? And I had been, when I was like 15, I had started like writing jokes and stuff, but I had no real idea of what I was going to do with that because I was so young. But I had been kind of writing them privately. And then my older cousin was like, you're funny. If you ever got like, you should get like 5 minutes together and I'll take you to like an open mic. And so then I kept writing for like a year, and then I felt like I had, you know, some jokes. And so then I was like, when I was 16, I was like, yeah, let's go do one. So we drove up, he drove me out. He was like in college, I believe. And then he drove us up to Ypsilanti on a like Sunday night at 10. And there was this like open mic, but it had an audience. It was in this little back room of this kind of like kind of a beer pongy bar. Like it was kind of a shenanigans looking kind of bar.
Right.
And they had a good little crowd in there. And that I went up my first time then and got kind of hooked. I had like a surprisingly good first set. And so then I was like, oh,
you're done.
I'm huge adrenaline, you know, spike. And then, but I didn't know, because I was a minor and stuff, I didn't know how to get into the clubs and stuff. I was very naive. I'd like call the club and ask like, hey, do you guys have like an age limit? Which if you ask a club that, they're going to be like, yeah, you got to be 18.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know how to, you know, do that. So I went to that mic again in Ipsy, and it was actually canceled. Like they weren't open or something like that. And there was another guy who was like a college kid named Brett Klein, and I was like, hey, how do you get in to anything if you're young? And he was like, take this headliners class at the club and then he'll vouch for you. So that's what I did. I took a class when I was 17 at Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle. Like my senior year of high school, I took that. Like it was like 6 Saturday mornings, and then you do a show. And then that was how and then from there, I just kept performing and stuff and got into it that way. And Bill, the headliner, taught that class. He's like, yeah, just don't ask, just don't tell anybody. you'll be
well, that's kind of the way comedy works, right?
Yeah. And also I was funny enough, you know, so it was kind of like, it was like, no one's going to be that upset that you're, you know, trying to do an open mic.
So who are the comics who really inspired you?
I liked all the, like, if you see any of my stuff, I do like non sequitur stuff. So I liked all the one-linery guys. Mm-hmm. So like Stephen Wright and Mitch Hedberg and Zach Galifianakis, Dimitri Martin.
No, those are all great comics. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of worked out. I was thinking about this the other day, that when I was a kid, all those guys were putting stuff out at once. Like in the like 2000s, like, which was weird because Stephen Wright was a predecessor to all those guys.
Yeah.
But they were he put out a special in like 2005 called When the Leaves Blow Away. That's really good. And then all those guys were putting out specials around that time and albums. And so to me, before I was a comic, I was like, oh, this is like a genre of comedy. And this is my favorite genre, was these like short, weird jokes. So I wanted to do that because that's what I like the best. And I wanted to do my own kind of spin on that, which is funny because a lot of people only know like one of those guys. That's what I've learned from touring, is people know like one of them, but they don't know the other one.
People in your age group. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know them all.
Yeah.
Well, I've always said if you can make it in Ipsy, you can make it in Youngstown.
Absolutely.
You just go on the Y circuit, you know. But Ipsy, of course, is a college town, so it seems like it'd be a perfect place.
Oh, yeah. It was the Ann Arbor Club was like my home club when I was coming up and stuff. And so you get those like great college audiences and stuff, and you can, you know, develop. Detroit's a great place to start comedy because there's enough hip crowds that you can kind of hone something unique and original, but there's enough kind of real crowds that you have to develop the chops to be able to get it over with people who are not as impressed. So you'll become a well-rounded comic and when you start hearing stuff.
You know what amazes me is looking back, and I talked about this quite often. It was 37 years ago. I took a job at KQRS Radio here in Minneapolis. I was there for 36 years, 37 years actually. And we were just sitting around talking about what we were going to do and blah, blah, blah. At the time was doing voiceover in New York. So I came back home because my son, who's running the show right now in the other room, was going to be born. I went, and I want to have a kid in Manhattan. That's not going to work too well. So we moved back, and I thought it was very, very weird because I had never done morning radio before. I'd always done other day parts. But I came back and I said, well, why don't we get a couple of comedians on? They said, what? I said, well, let's get some comedy on here. I mean, I just done New York. New York was on fire with comedy at that time, back in 1986. I mean, it was
everywhere was on fire.
Everywhere was on fire in 86. Exactly. I said, how do you not book comedians? They said, we never have. I said, what do you mean we? They said, radio. We don't have comedians on. I said, are you out of your mind? Literally, we started having comedians on, ended up being the #1 morning show in America. And
right.
I'm here to tell you, honest to God, comedy kept radio in business for, I would say, at least another 30 years.
I think because before that, a lot of comedy was physical comedy.
Yeah, probably.
So they didn't really translate to radio so much. And then in the 80s, comedy was on fire. I mean, it was on fire in the 80s.
But yeah, before that, it's like
that was the rock star of comics in the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was huge.
But like 60s and 70s comedy, I don't think would have translated to radio.
It was too much physical humor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Bob Hope would go on like CCO, but he'd always talk about doing movies. He would never do comedy.
Yeah, because it was still considered you had to be physical.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't translate. I think that's probably why they didn't have it.
Well, probably because he was on WCCO like about 7 a.m. and you just can't wake up a writer at that hour.
That too.
But comedy is such a. I spent a decade at the Comedy Store. It's just a tough business, man. It chews up and spits out a lot of people. It's just a tough industry.
So what? And not you. I'm not talking about you, Brad. I'm talking about other comedians younger. What do you think the percentage is of? Let's say if there's 100, let's say 50 women and 50 men, and they've all decided to become comedians. Is there any idea what percentage of them would actually gain any success whatsoever?
Out of 150 people?
Yeah.
Oh man, I have no idea what the numbers would be on that. I'm gonna say one just to be.
I went with 5.
Okay, yeah.
I went with 5.
I would say 1 too.
You'd say 1 as well.
It depends on like what's your barrier for success.
Right.
Living or
well, what I noticed is once one person makes it, they bring a small group with them.
Yeah,
that's true.
They do. They trail in like 3 people behind them.
Yeah.
So they'll get 5 people out of that 100 in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they do that. They get little cliques in the club, 5 guys or 3 girls and 2 guys, whatever, and they'll let them all in the door and help them make it.
Yep.
And I like to say it because a lot of people don't like Joe Rogan, but now that Joe Rogan's very high paid. I mean, he makes a lot.
100 million. That's not that much money.
But Joe Rogan, his new comedy club, The Mothership, he has Mitzi's Bar, which is Paulie's mom's.
Right.
Like he's paying back everyone that ever helped him.
Well, see, that's nice to hear.
He does. And he has all these comics that aren't really big comics on his show, which is one of the top podcasts in the world.
Yep.
And he has these people on that are nobodies in the world, but they were somebody at the Comedy Store.
Oh,
and Joe has them on.
Glad to hear it.
So it's nice to see that he has that, heart to do that.
Yeah, he's not exactly. He and I aren't exactly the best of friends. Let me put it that way. Just
Joe's, a stand his ground guy.
Yeah, What the hell you mean by that?
No,
He's
if you have to, once he has something in his head, he sticks with it until someone changes his mind on it.
Yeah.
So that's just the way his personality. If you talk to him on a personal level, you'll probably change that.
Well, the problem with him was the fact that he does have little man's disease.
Oh, yeah, he does.
There's no question. He definitely does.
Oh, you mean a large penis?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I go along with that.
No, that he's got a real problem with that. And that's like, I'm sorry that I'm taller than you. So,
I spent a lot of time with Joe in 10 years at the Comedy Store.
oh, did you? Good.
He was always really nice to me. I seen him be a total asshole to people, and he broke the rules. The Comedy Store got banned from the Comedy Store.
Did he really?
Yeah, actually, not allowed to film there, and he had to film the guy filming him 24 hours a day for 10 years.
Oh God!
It never stopped. That camera was always on for 10 straight years.
I think that the secret of his success is just not believing anything. You know, I mean, he'll believe anything that happens to give him listeners. And so I think it's almost a deficit if you believe in things.
Well, he goes back way before any of that. I mean, Fear Factor, he was a no one when he started hosting Fear Factor.
Right,
before that, he was a stand-up comic.
Yeah.
He was always a stand-up comic. And then getting the UFC deal, the contract for UFC, be the face of UFC. I mean, it's a big accomplishment. I mean, he really networked. He did. He went to everything in LA and networked with everyone he could, and he worked it.
Are all those guys still, Brad? You know, if all of his guys, he's like, you know, these Sam Triplets of the world, and those guys still around? Because I haven't heard from any of them in a few years now.
Who we talk like?
Tripley still is.
He is. He's still good. I'm glad. He was a very nice. Yeah, because all the guys that worked with him, I got along with really well. They're
all still Comedy Store comics.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Still at the Comedy Store.
But I just, it's just one of those. I do have that effect on some people, and I don't know why.
Sometimes you're intimidating.
So, Brad,
I don't mean to be.
I know, but I don't mean to be either. But sometimes people just are.
Brad, I always ask comics this, at least the ones I know. What's your plan B?
Yeah, there you go.
Man. I don't know, man. I gotta. I'm always thinking about that, but I don't know. I gotta figure something out. But it's weird. It's very like I can only do. I definitely need to do it to be. I'm not happy if I'm not doing it.
Right.
So I'm always gonna be doing it. But I don't know. Because I've been doing it like 13 years this month. And it's like, and I get by doing it, but it is also, it's especially the last couple of years, it's so, fragile that it's, I don't know. I've always looked at, just because it's the only thing I know about, I'll look at clubs sometimes and I'll be like, man, if they just did this, if they just did this, this could go from a good room to a great room kind of thing, because that's the only thing I know about. So sometimes in the abstract, I've thought about that, of just like if I could do something, working with a club in some capacity or something. But that's about as far as I've thought. But
one good thing about comedy is you have a long time, because you can still be a comic in your 70s.
Right.
70s. I mean, some people didn't even make it till they were in their 60s. So you have a long run to try to make it happen. But a lot of these comedy clubs don't pay no money, man. So you're going to have some kind of source of income.
Yeah.
Doing
they
it.
still pay, what they paid 30 years ago.
Yeah,
so
nothing.
Yeah.
It's truly like, if you could see the numbers on stuff, it's funny. Sometimes you'll be on stage somewhere and you'll like do your like merch pitch, and you can, certain rooms, you can feel the crowd looking at you like, hey, we paid, all this money to get in, paid all this money for drinks. And it was like, oh, if you knew what I was making, you would not be judging me. Right?
Well, and I know, because I used to book comedy acts for a casino in northern Wisconsin. And, the headliner, a guy like Emo, for example,
yeah, he's great.
He'd make, I could pay him like, $5,000, which isn't bad.
No,
and especially because that was like 20 years ago.
That was a lot.
But
yeah, that's a lot now.
Back then.
Well,
a lot today.
Oh yeah, no. But he was worth it. But the thing is, it's this casino, this obscure casino, and the crowd there really wasn't that much into comedy.
Oh God.
And I would always try to find local comics to open, right? And the local comics, I mean, I didn't even need to pay them. If they just got comp for a room and the dinner, they'd be there. Now I did pay them, but I'm literally, I pay them $100. And I mean, I'd be getting calls all day, not all day, but all week. People would call and say, I hear you're paying $100. What can you do? But the difference between then and now is now we actually have a solid group of pretty talented local comics.
Oh, I agree.
And it wasn't that way then.
No, you're right about that.
So I feel like in some sense, the comedy business is flourishing.
Well, the bigger the room, the less to pay in today's comedy world.
Well, and what happened was nobody was going to see these great comics. And eventually I just gave up and I started booking like musical impressionists and stage hypnotists. And I didn't have to pay them as much. And the people at this particular casino in northern Wisconsin loved that.
They loved it.
Yeah, comedy they just didn't care for.
Right. Yeah,
how do you not like comedy? I mean, who doesn't want to laugh, for Christ's sake?
Well, it's people who can't laugh.
If you're going to a casino, you're going for another reason. You know, that's like flagging people down at a mall or something.
It's pretty much like that.
You like comedy? That's different than seeking people who went out to see comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, no competition there from a casino of that kind of casino, which wasn't great, to a comedy club. I mean, the talent level of the comedy club is going to be pretty consistent.
What's interesting, because I have to ask a question, because Nick Swardson does very well at casinos.
Yeah. Oh no, if you're in that class, that upper class.
Oh, so it's an upper class thing.
I mean, and the great thing is, if you're playing the main room in a casino, that's big money.
Yeah. The casinos pay.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah, but comedy clubs don't.
No, they don't. That's kind of how it is. Yeah. I understand.
Especially a comedy club that has a name, like the Comedy Store or the Laugh Factory. Even if you're paid regular, your pay is nothing. It's nothing. It's
well, ridiculous. You say that because you've never been to Ipsy.
How about the Chuckle Hut? How does that pay?
Probably better than the bigger clubs. Seriously, the bigger clubs pay less because they say you're getting exposure.
Oh God!
They use that thing.
So Brad, what time did you get up today?
Well, this was at noon for me, so I got up at like 11:30.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Yeah. So basically, you got up and you said, "What the hell?" And you went into your little studio room, let's call it, and you connected with us. So you probably haven't even had coffee yet today.
I got some coffee going, but that's all I've done. That's all I've done so far.
That's everything.
Yeah, it just seems to me like it's just such a tough way to. I was going to say to make a living, but it's just a tough way to live.
It's very, very hard industry. It really is. I know so many comics that were on the tip, just on the verge of going over the cliff to making it huge, and then one little thing, even COVID. I watched COVID take out 20 people that were just about to hit big.
No doubt about it.
You're just about to hit big, and COVID just crushed their whole career. Because after COVID, people were like, we're not doing that anymore. In the studios, we're not doing that show anymore. And they canceled tons of stuff. And then the writer's strike happened.
I think Brad, at least you've gotten to the point now where you're not really going on Indeed.com to find a job, right?
Not yet.
And he's still young. He's got age on the side.
Sort of.
Yeah.
He was young when he was playing Ipsy at 16.
Yeah.
That's young.
It's so funny. I'm like 30, but because I've been doing it 13 years, like time is linear. So people will be like, "Oh, you're a young guy," and I'm like, "Yeah, it doesn't feel that way."
That's kind of what I was suggesting. Yeah.
Well, they say Bill didn't make it through 61, I think.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
So
that's when he ran out of coke.
I think every comic has that. Maybe I'm the Rodney Dangerfield of my group. Maybe I'm gonna break way later.
30 more years.
I've seen a lot of people make it, and I think the key for that I noticed, 'cause I'm very observant, is the people that hung out all the time are the ones that made it.
Yeah.
Like they never went home. They were always at the club. They always made a lot of friends in the business, and they just stayed in the party 24/7 until they made it.
Brad, is Minneapolis, St. Paul still a big comedy market? Because for years, a lot of comedians did come out of this market.
Oh yeah. No, it's everyone, like every touring comic, like that's one of the best cities to perform in because the crowds are great, and there's a bunch of great comics have come out of there. So it's like I think a lot of it stems from Acme being like a really good club and stuff, and then the audiences are just like they're Midwest crowds are great because they're happy there's a show and they're smart and stuff. And so, Yeah,
They
no,
just
that's
want to get
everyone I know loves playing.
Imagine how popular Mitch would be today if he was still alive.
Mitch Hedberg?
Because he was just really so great, and you could tell he was getting better all the time. Well, at least that's the way I saw it. And I know you said, Brad, you were a fan of Mitch Hedberg.
Oh yeah. I think he would. I think he was kind of going towards like theaters and stuff, right?
Yeah.
before.
Yeah,
And so,
I saw him.
he'd be huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his entire thing was basically the predecessor of the modern day like Twitter comedian, where they just throw out these deadpan one-liners all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when he was, I mean, but he could tell stories too, and you never knew where he was going with the story because I'm not sure he knew where he was going, but it always was funny.
Mm.
And I took my kids to see him, my two youngest kids, and so they were like in their late teens, and so that meant I was like 45, and I have to say, I laughed as hard as they did, and they laughed as hard as I did. So he could reach. He could reach.
Yeah.
If you sit there and watch too much comedy, though, like I sat in the comedy store every night and watched 15 comics every day.
Yeah.
You start finding less and less funny comics.
Oh yeah,
you just do.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I used to sit through a number of acts looking for some local guy to book, and I had a lot of anxiety attacks.
Yeah, there's very few people I still watch that I think are funny. Bill Burr's probably one of them.
Oh yeah, Bill Burr's very
Bobby Lee's live sets are unbelievable. He's a very funny guy who never really made it in mainstream comedy. He's been on some TV shows and stuff.
Hey, you're depressing Brad here.
But Bobby Lee's a very funny stand-up comic, and he still is. You still see him at the comedy club now, and he's funny. But yeah, it's you can OD on comedy and not think anything's funny anymore.
Funny is the spectrum too of like making it, because like I never wanted to be like, 'cause a lot of people consider fame making it. And so there's like those 10 comics that any average person can name, but I always thought there's hundreds of comics who like make a really good living and have a fan base that comes out to see them. And I was like, that's the goal.
It's just doing what you love and be able to pay your bills.
Because like a guy like say like a Bobby Lee or something, it's like that guy makes a great living as fans. So he's like, but it's like people on the street might not know his name, kind of thing. But that guy's success, it's
absolutely he pays his bills.
There's a lot of folks like even when I was a young comic, I was like, oh, I wanted to be like Gary Goldman or Todd Barry or Hedberg. Like those guys all had a fan base, but the average person didn't know who they were. And
that's true.
Like, that's the sweet spot. I never wanted to be like Kevin Hart or something. And Kevin Hart's a funny guy, but it's like I don't need, like, you can't even live a normal life after at that point. Like I think that's a different thing.
I think success would be not driving an Uber.
Right.
And I have nothing against Uber drivers.
No,
I take Uber all the time, but really, to me, that's it. If you don't have to drive Uber, you're probably okay.
I'm what's known as just barely successful then.
Yeah, we all are, no question. I'm going to mention this very, very quickly, but after the Joe Rogan thing, it's not going to make me look too good. You guys talk about Mitch Hedberg.
Mm-hmm.
So Mitch unfortunately dies. Yeah. How many years has that been now? God, 10?
Longer than that.
Is it longer than that, really?
I think it has been.
Yeah.
It has been 18.
18 years?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been
oh
longer than 10.
my God.
Died very young.
I know it's longer than 10. How did he die?
37.
Did he OD?
I think that's probably what happened.
That would make the most sense to me.
But again, after telling you the Joe Rogan story, I got to tell you this.
Yes.
So Mitch,
he did.
Who did?
Mitch
died of an overdose.
Yep. Yeah,
doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Heroin.
Yeah, he was big into heroin. Yeah. So he dies. I get a call from his mother. I'd never met his mother. He said, "Tom, I wonder if you could do the family a favor." I said, "Sure, whatever you need." He said, "Would you come and read the eulogy at Mitch's funeral?" Oh God, I'd be honored doing that. It was very nice of you to call, and thank you for asking me that and all the rest of it. So she said, "Well, I'll stay in touch with you." And I talked a couple more times, and then about the third day, I get a call from Mitch Hedberg's mother, same woman I've been talking to for a couple of days. Said, Tom, I want you to know that I really appreciate the fact that you were going to come and do his eulogy, but I didn't realize he didn't like you.
well, that was after he was he was sort of on the morning show.
Yeah, he was sort of on the morning show.
So-
He sent somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the deal with that?
I don't know why I never met him in my life.
He was supposed
Oh,
to
it does.
So
It does. There's
he
no
was
doubt about
supposed
it.
to be on the morning show.
Yes.
Do you think he was just,
Hi.
AFU, as we say?
I don't know what I ever did. I never met him,
Yeah.
never talked to him.
Well,
I
he
don't know
probably
why.
was just, not in any shape to be on the show, right?
Probably.
So someone called saying they were him.
Yes, they did.
Mhm.
They did, but it wasn't him.
It wasn't him, right? Did
So-
you ever find out who it was?
No, I never did, but I did expose on the air that it wasn't him. I said, this is not Mitch Hedberg. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why he was so
I didn't realize
pissed
he was
off
so
at me.
young when he died.
He's not very old. And he was a very serious drug addict,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
A lot of people are nowadays.
They are nowadays, it's true. But I'm on quite a run. She could make it a threesome. I'll figure another comedian that hated my guts. That'll make all three of them. That'll be perfect.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
not
do
too hot on you either. I
Oh,
got
okay, Brad, number 3. We got Mitch, we got Joe, and
I
we
just
got
want you to get the hat trick.
Thank you. I appreciate you helped me out here. That's all I
I'm
know.
sure there's more, Tom.
Oh, I guarantee you there's a lot more. Well, I told you, just if you're successful in Minnesota,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
going to go
you're
after
telling
you.
me?
Oh, you know.
You ain't got to tell me.
I
got everyone came after me.
I was
I know.
verbally attacked by half the comics who came on the show.
I know. It was unbelievable. Honest to God, Brad, this is a true story. If you succeed in Minnesota without their thumbs up before you do, they will turn on you like a sumbitch.
No, the weird part about it,
Who
Tom.
are you
is-
referring to? The people, like the people of Minnesota?
The people of Minnesota.
Here's
very
here's
passive
the weird part about it, though. They'll cheerlead you as an underdog.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they'll make you
Oh,
make
yeah.
it, and then
Yep.
once you make it, they'll want to destroy you.
They do. It's
They eat their own in the state. They
They
literally eat their own.
It's the day of the locust in Minneapolis.
They eat their own in Minnesota, man.
So don't be too successful.
They will
Brad, damn it.
cheerlead you as an underdog.
Oh, yeah.
All day long, and they will
Oh.
cheerlead you. They will do everything to help you make it. And then the second you get any kind of fame or any kind of money,
Success.
they're coming down on you, man.
They hate it. They just hate it.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in any
I
state. in the
couldn't
United
agree
States.
more. I've never seen anywhere
anything
else.
like it.
Let's face it, it's the story of Christianity.
No, that's
In LA, people would be happy for you and try to ride your coattails.
Sure.
Same in New York and Philly.
Oh, yeah.
They'd be happy for you to try to ride your coattails. Here,
Not
just
here.
destroy them.
Well, gotta destroy him. He's too
Destroy 'em.
successful.
Destroy them.
Whatever. All right, Brad. We've kept you so long. Brad Wenzel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be at Laugh Camp. Do you know the times of the shows?
I believe 8 o'clock, but check the website.
No, I'm pretty sure you're right about that. I will.
They just got up,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
you're
sure
right.
8.
Brad, next time you come into town, you got to come in the studio. So then you can say, no, it's actually true, Tom. I am the third one that hates you.
I can do that.
Thanks for your time, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Have a good
Appreciate you guys. Nice
Brad
talking.
Wenzel, ladies and gentlemen, coming to town. Very nice young man.
Yeah.
The
He's got
Detroit
he's
area.
got that Stephen Wright kind of rhythm.
Do you remember the last time Stephen Wright was on the KQ Morning Show with us?
God, just barely.
He started laughing so hard, and he just wouldn't stop. You remember that?
Yeah, I
Because
don't,
he was
well,
always
I don't
very
remember.
deadpan. And
I
very
don't remember what he was laughing.
I don't
about,
either,
though.
but he was laughing his ass off about something. I'm like, what the hell?
Hey, this is doing acid or something.
God, he was funny though, Stephen Wright. Why is he out of comedy? Where'd he go?
I don't
It's
know.
a good question,
I
actually.
think he's still around.
Oh, I think he's one of the funniest guys ever born.
Got successful and just
Maybe he's
don't
just
wanna
doing
deal with it.
industrial shows now.
Is that what it is?
No, I doubt that.
Dude, he's only doing colleges.
Probably just doesn't need to.
Well, a lot of
Yeah,
those,
maybe.
a lot of comics have some mental health issues and
Well, there's no doubt
insecurity
about
and
that.
stuff like that.
That's a hard argument.
So he might have fell into a hole.
He might have.
He might have fell into a
Nicest
hole.
guy in the damn world, though.
Yeah,
His
but
most
great
recent
guy.
special was 2006.
Holy
wow.
God!
It's a long time ago.
Well, a
man.
lot of people get into comedy because they have mental health issues.
That's true.
So it can go both. It works both ways.
Who's the woman that did a special about that? As a female comedian, I think she's from Minnesota, as a matter of fact. A female comedian made a 1 hour special about.
That's true.
Oh, was it Sarah Silverman?
No, it wasn't Sarah Silverman.
Because she's obviously
Oh, she's a whack job.
Well, I mean,
always liked her, though.
And she's
very,
not really a
she's very
stand-up.
open about
I
it.
don't consider her stand-up comic.
No,
personally.
she's not.
I don't know if she is or not, but she's very funny. But
No, she's
she's
very
also
funny.
very depressed sometimes.
Yeah. What the hell's her name? She's got a special out, and it's about being, depressed and unable to deal with a lot of things.
It's amazing.
She's a blonde woman.
Oh, I'm listening now.
There you go. I think she might be from like
Minnesota person.
not Duluth or anything like that, but she's from up north somewhere.
I'm trying to think of Minnesota comics, female comics. Who it would
She's
be.
blonde. She broke probably about 20, 25 years ago, something like that.
Maria Bamford.
Yes.
Good job, Darren.
Exactly.
Good
Good.
job.
Who was that?
Darren.
Oh, Darren pointed out it was Maria Bamford.
Boy,
job.
Andy's on top of his
Yeah,
game.
and he is.
You know what? That delivers the threesome because she hated me too.
Well, there you go.
So, hey, we got the threesome, baby.
I think you got more than three.
No, I'm pretty.
So what was this thing that she did? What was it? Was it a special comedy special? Or
It was a comedy special.
so was
on,
and it was about depression.
It was about depression. Yeah.
I remember the first time I was
Yeah.
hanging out at the Comedy Store, and I forget who it was now, but it was a comic on station, so much energy and so good.
Mhm.
And when he came off, I know who it was. It was I forget his name. He had his own show on not MTV. I'll think of that and I'll tell you later. But he came off stage. Nancy was actually with me, I think, or there, and he would just only look at the ground. He would not look at anyone. You couldn't talk to him.
Well, like who is the guy now?
He was so
the SNL
insecure,
guy we had
man.
on the show.
Oh, Rich Hall.
Rich Hall, who
So insecure.
he never looked at any of
No,
us.
he did
Just
not.
right at the ground, man, instantly.
Who was that?
I can't remember his name. He had his own show on. It wasn't MTV. It was on. I'm having just a total blank.
Was it the Comedy Network?
It was on the Comedy Network. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had his own show.
He has his own show every week where he did showed videos. He showed videos behind him and
Daniel
critiqued
Tosh?
them. Daniel
Oh,
Tosh.
yeah.
What a
Oh,
prick.
just a freak of
What
nature,
a
man.
Tosh point
What a
out,
freak
yeah.
of nature. Like he would just, you'd say, hey, just trying to talk to him. Nothing, just right at the ground, man.
Oh,
I don't think he's a prick. I
right.
think he's so insecure that he can't speak to a human.
You might be right.
There's a lot
I
of
don't think
people like
he's a
that.
prick. I think he's just so insecure. Because I was one-on-one with him and he looked at the ground and wouldn't
The whole time.
was shaking to look at me.
Yeah,
Like-
we used to watch Tosh Pointo a lot
Oh,
back
we
in the
did.
day.
That was
Well,
very
yeah, that
funny
was
back in
good
the day.
stuff.
Yeah, that's who it was. He's the most insecure person I've ever met.
My kids loved that. Just loved his show.
Oh, Tosh Point was a good
But
show.
on stage,
great.
he was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was.
As
Yeah.
a comic.
He was very good. Okay, so I just got a couple of messages from people. They want to know from you, and this might be a horrible thing. What is it about me that people tell you they don't like?
You know, when you ask people that, they can never give you an answer. They say, "Oh, Tom's a prick," and I go, "Why do you say that?" And they can never answer.
Isn't that
you.
weird?
Let's be honest, that's why most people hate most people for reasons they don't understand.
Yeah, that's probably
And
true.
it's the same with
Yeah.
people that don't like me. You say, "Why don't you like him?" Oh, he's an arrogant prick. That's the same thing they say about you, arrogant prick.
An arrogant prick.
And that's what they say about me too.
Wait a minute. They call him a prick?
Yeah.
That was a joke.
You were only the first. That
I
was
am
your
not
deal for
arrogant.
years.
And arrogant,
calling me
arrogant,
that.
arrogant. And that's what they say. They say that about me too. I'm like, I don't think you ever
Arrogance.
met Tom. Because
See, you know
he's
what's funny
not
about that?
arrogant at all.
You're talking about two guys that did very well financially. I think that's what they mean.
Yeah.
Well, there is that. Yes.
I always had two sets of friends, and one were the friends who at least never admitted to listening to the morning show, and the others were huge fans of the morning show.
Yeah.
But
It'll
you know
happen.
what? None of that matters. You know who your real friends are.
Oh, yeah. That
I
doesn't
know
matter
who
at
my
all.
real friends are. Doesn't matter how successful I become. They're still the same friend to me.
Well, and we knew right
They
from
don't
the,
act any different towards me. They don't. It's the
Yeah.
same
Mhm.
person. So they're your friends, and they never go away.
but what we knew from the start that if we were going to be successful, we would polarize people.
Yeah, if you're going to be successful, especially in Minnesota,
Especially in
you
Minnesota.
are going to polarize people because they do not like seeing you. Well, I can close with this because we only got a couple minutes left anyway. Somebody sent me an email yesterday, and I don't know, it was several months ago I don't even know what online it was, but they were talking about, the fact that I wasn't at the queue anymore and this and that and the other thing. And then one of the former salespeople commented that oh yeah, he made all that money and I made no money at all. And it was just not, he made this and he's talking about, making a couple of million or whatever the hell it was. Right.
Mm.
And I thought that's rather interesting because you didn't do any research whatsoever.
Mm.
Right. In 2008, and I'm only telling you this because that thing is out there. In 2008, when the economy went bad, my lovely wife, Catherine, and I kicked back 5 large. So nobody lost their job. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yeah.
Nobody lost
you didn't
their
talk
job.
much about it.
I didn't talk about it at all because I didn't think I had to.
Right.
But somehow, because I made a lot of money, I was a prick. But the fact that I gave almost...
That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Nobody lost their job.
I tell people all the time, wouldn't you be better off being a friend, someone who is friendly with Tom, than not knowing him and being an enemy?
All I know is
same with people who don't like me. Like, you don't even know me. Wouldn't you have a better chance of anything of just getting to know me and being my friend than just not knowing me and saying I don't like him? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I was just barely getting by working at the Minneapolis Tribune,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's why I hate Glenn Taylor.
There you go. Now that's a good argument. No, I suppose some people, no matter what you do, some people are going to hate your guts.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
If you're good at what you do.
Yeah.
And you know what? Don't ever try to make everyone like you.
No.
Oh God, no! There's
impossible.
a complete waste of time.
Can't do it.
Believe me, I've never tried.
Yeah, Gelfand's never tried. But no, I have never mentioned that before, and I didn't even tell you the exact. But no one lost their job because of Catherine and me, and no one appreciated it.
No.
Why?
I don't know.
I just don't. I understand. But I'm an arrogant prick. Oh, okay.
Yeah, same thing when I was trying to help downtown. I was on the downtown council. I volunteered every day.
Absolutely.
Volunteered at HCMC every day for 5 days a week for a year in the trauma department. No one cared. They don't care. They only care that you're a prick.
It's because you do well financially and you have talent.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't like that.
No,
they don't like that at all. That you
Minnesota.
do well.
Don't get me wrong. I love living in Minnesota.
I do too. But
I'm telling you, it is changing a little bit. The old guard in Minnesota, they're just a strange breed that I think it was generational. That
you think so?
Yeah, I think it's
Why
starting
would it
to
be
change.
baby boomers though that would have done that? Because the greatest generation.
North Dakota and Minnesota were the same way. Head down, look at their shoes.
Yeah, I suppose.
But I can
If
tell
you
you,
make too much noise, get out of here.
Yeah.
I can tell you one thing. There's a certain comfort in knowing when you walk through your neighborhood
Mm-hmm.
that no one who walks toward you will ever look at you.
No,
Hey,
that's
not in
true.
Minnesota.
I really don't think it's about Minnesota. I think it's just about a neighborhood. But
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that.
No, downtown it hits headphones and a phone like
Oh, sure.
this.
Yeah.
So they don't have to look at
Right.
you.
Well, there is that. Yeah.
You're going to get robbed doing that.
That's what
Why
they
would-
do, so they don't have to say hello to you.
Oh God.
I wonder how many people get hit by cars because they're looking at their phone
Yeah,
when
you're
they're
right about
crossing a
that.
busy intersection.
All right. Well, I have to go be a prick somewhere, so we got to
Me
go.
too.
How about are you going to be arrogant too?
I'm going to be an arrogant prick.
I
the
get
rest
that
of
word
the
the
day.
most with Tom. Arrogant.
See, I think that's arrogant.
Arrogant. Yeah. Arrogant.
How would anyone think that I was arrogant?
I don't
Because
know.
I
don't
have
know,
a big
man.
personality.
I don't know.
understand that.
And people say that about me too. I don't
I
understand
know.
it.
I don't get that either.
No.
It's just because you did well.
I guess I never throw that in anyone's face.
No, I
ever.
know you don't.
Ever.
You don't.
People call you all sorts of bizarre
I said
names.
so. I said
They
something.
do.
I'll make it short. But I said something the other day. Like I posted a post. Get out of your comfort zone today. And someone like, yeah, easy for a guy with money. And
I think he's got a point.
Yeah, and I said, yeah, but I didn't always have money, but I always got out of my comfort zone.
Yeah.
And that's the key. Get out of your comfort zone. Nothing good's going to happen.
Yeah,
You're sitting
no
on your
argument
couch
for
watching
me.
TV.
I
You're
don't-
better off standing on a street corner.
I only have one response to that. Maybe we can end on it, but what's a comfort zone?
Yeah, what the hell's that? I never even heard of it.
That's good that you don't know.
It's the place you're not allowed in.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't bring my wallet with me because if
you
I
lost
did,
it.
I lost it.
Might be
All
in the
right,
car.
we'll
See you
talk to you
guys.
later.